quick chat about our reputation. Um, oh yeah, I just share audio in this game because we're a little bit lower combat in this game. Um, okay, welcome back, everybody. Allow me to recap you. So you had a magnificently busy day 2 of being friends. Technically day 1 of being friends. You guys have gone from being on the front page of the paper to some of you visiting with the spy master of Onder Thule Rakanok. Ludwig lawyered up with Lady Marina de Madani, which everybody seems to be very happy with, like the advocate of the Chalice law firm. You all ended up sort of gathering Cross and bringing him into at least the legal fold. And now the idea of beginning a Dragon Marked house begins in earnest. And in order to do that, you need a benefactor in the form of a founding Dragon Marked house. You went to House Cannith, Jorlana, for some information. A couple of individuals in the party expressed their utter distaste for the Cannith house and had no interest in indulging in their founding. And instead decided to turn back to their lawyer and said House Madani. She warned that her house is fairly isolated amongst the Dragon-marked houses, don't have much interest in diplomacy or alliance of any kind other than with Brayland, which seems to be their primary ally in Corvair. But the party didn't seem to mind and wished for an audience with the High Seneschal Brina de Madani, which was organized quick as can be. During the conversation with the High Seneschal, the party struggled to convince her that you had something to offer, and more so when it was brought up that Cross is actually a diplomat of New Syri. It was a little bit of the beginning of the end, as New Syri is sort of in political opposition to Brayland. And as she went to take her leave, certain party members expressed, shall we say, their distaste for the High Seneschal. And so she left quite abruptly. You all decided, and with that we decided to end the day. You all sort of staggered into the Cannith house, and we're going to pick it up the next morning as you all sort of wake up in your bed in the haze of like thinking about what went wrong and just kind of the immensity of the exhaustion of the day. But let's head into our gossip and reputation phase before we get into anything else. So we will say this morning, as you all wake up and, try and get an ear to the ground on what's what around town. Nothing particularly new as far as larger gossip that all of you would just be handed today. I think you would hear that word has quickly spread that the individuals on the front of the newspaper are no longer required for questioning. In fact, there'd probably be like little post outs on news boards around the city, sort of like canceling that news that the urgency of that is gone by, and those individuals are considered, innocent individuals. Essentially, they're no longer wanted for questioning. So that's good news. You four are off the hook, as far as you know. But that's the only large gossip that you would hear from your current station in society, which is just what every person would know. Is there anybody who would like to attempt to learn or start gossip amongst the common folk?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Elizabeth has every intention of starting a rumor that the incident with the Golden Dragon is tied to a draconic prophecy.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Very cool. Make me a... it's going to be, I'm going to say it's a little bit higher DC because the common man doesn't know much about draconic prophecy. But not too much higher. Only a little tiny explanation on the side. Go ahead and roll me a deception check, as usual.
That'll be a whopping 7.
A 7. Maybe you spend a little time this morning trying to spread that gossip, and you are largely found, as your current stations in society are mostly around the common man. You get a lot of what's that from individuals, and Elizabeth, being so highly intelligent, maybe over-explains a little bit and kind of loses a couple folks, and unfortunately doesn't quite catch on. Is there anybody else who would like to try and spread gossip or learn gossip?
Where are we all at the moment?
This is kind of like a throughout the day behind the screen kind of thing. This isn't like you're in a place spreading gossip. This is kind of like, don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. I'll ask those questions later then.
Fair enough. You're kind of this will be done sort of like on dare amongst the people kind of thing. So, is there anything you'd like to spread or learn?
No, not right now. I'll wait until we get going. Then I'm good for now.
Understood. Hold it.
I would like to do. How many of these do we get?
You have 2 points because of your proficiency bonus. So you have 2 points to utilize in these 2 phases of gossip and reputation.
Okay. I would like to spread the gossip, the rumor, that both the common man and the nobleman alike are looking to House Lyrangorn. Nope, not Lyrangorn.
Lyrandar?
Lyrandar, yes.
Lyrandar. To come up with some, or to provide some explanation as to what happened and how it could have possibly happened.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead and make me I'm actually going to have you make a persuasion check because, maybe I haven't said it recently, but people are definitely look at Lyrandar anyway for the thing. So this will be about enhancing the current gossip and just like making it more put out there. So go for it.
Sure. Oh, 13.
13. You add to the rumor mill. You don't make any significant waves in the enhancement of the already circulating gossip, but you've certainly kind of made yourself a little known into that.
All right. And if I have another point to use, I would like to learn some gossip.
Okay. Is there anywhere in specific you'd like to try and direct what gossip you're learning, or just like you want to like hear what's up? Just anything will do.
Yeah, I think just kind of finger on the pulse, ear to the streets kind of thing.
All right. Anything going on the streets? Go right ahead. Going on.
Roll.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. We'll call it insight. Insight, yes.
11.
11. What can I tell you with an 11? You hear that there's a lot of ruckus going on around the lightning rail where a lot of individuals are kind of spending time there because apparently there's some pretty big names coming to town. Who these people are specifically, are not sure, but the gossip is from anything from barons of the various houses to Cronenberg Chronicle reporters, to local paper reporters who are coming in from little further settlements. It seems that a lot of apparently important individuals are arriving on Lightning Rail these days.
Interesting. Okay.
Or today, anyway.
Yeah.
This morning.
All right, Lightning Rail.
Fantastic. Does anybody else wish to learn about or attempt to spread gossip? No. Okay. Reputation phase. None of you have gained reputation points or lost reputation points at this time. Is there any you would attempt to give someone in society currently based on current gossip.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
How so?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Carmen.
No, I was just asking to. Would you say again? I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, no problem. So because none of you are gaining any reputation tags, we don't need to worry about trying to block those. But the second part of the reputation phase is attempting to give other people reputations based on currently circulating gossip. You can't just say, this person's a liar and not having anything around it. So if there's current gossip afloat, you may try and use that to give somebody a reputation in society. So for example, the lightning rail, maybe you try and stick that on somebody that like gives someone a reputation of like well-traveled or something as an example. But is there any gossip you guys have heard of that you'd like to try and use to give reputations to people that you know of? Okay, if the answer is no. Yes, Ludwig?
I try to spread the word about how good a lawyer the Madani lady is.
Okay. Very cool. That is pretty sweet of you, man. Okay, so you want to try and... so I'll tell you what. You guys would know that Marina de Madani has a reputation of being effective, knowledgeable, but misspent is her sort of negative monicum. So what kind of reputation would you like to try and give her?
So it's effective. What else?
She is known to be effective, knowledgeable, but misspent.
Misspent. How? Misspent how?
Like she has a lot of talent, but she doesn't put it in the right places.
Yeah, like she's working with us, for instance.
I assure you that misspent was around before you guys were.
Okay. Effective, knowledgeable. What else do you want to be as a lawyer? Fast. Known for being so effective she can get things done fast. Let's say
efficient. Would you like efficient?
Efficient, but it's already effective. Like the same thing. Can I double down on reputation potentially?
If you wanted to try and change her tag from effective to efficient, that could be good. They're both very good, and they tell different stories, but they're both very good. If you wanted to try and upgrade essentially one of her reputations,
I'd say I would put up trustworthy. How about that? Because lawyers aren't known for. I'm sure in Eberron there are jokes about lawyers being sharks.
That's true. So I'll tell you what. Yep, it's a great, fantastic. So trustworthy. So here's what we'll say, Ludwig. You need to be able to circulate gossip first before you can put a reputation on it. And you've got 2 points. So let's start with that. Why don't you go ahead and try and spread gossip about what would you like to spread gossip about Marina? Gossip doesn't necessarily need to be bad either. So what kind of gossip would you want to spread about Marina? Maybe how she's helped you guys? It can be a true story too. It can be like a true rumor.
I don't know if I want to give that kind of information out just yet, but
that's fair.
She knows. You can tell the things you don't need to tell that you don't tell your own priests potentially. You can trust her not to have your full confidence. Something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Go ahead and roll me a... well, that's kind of what you guys are doing, so I'll allow you to roll either a deception or persuasion check. It's your choice, Luke.
I'll go... persuasion.
Okay,
technically true.
It's technically true. You guys have shared pretty intense secrets with her.
That's kind of true.
Yep.
23!
The rumor mill begins to circulate about how the advocates of the Chalice have their representative, Marina de Madani, despite the fact that she is considered to be a little misspent in her house and her talents directed in the wrong place. Much like the rest of her house, she is a well of secrets, and they are well-kept secrets, and that begins to spread. Now, if you want to try and turn that into a reputation for her, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, I guess, because that's what this is what you think is, this is kind of true.
22!
22 again. And with that, Marina's a bit of the talk of the town, that apparently she's picking up some new clients who have her utmost confidence and trust her with their most perilous secrets. Yeah, we're gonna add it to her sheet right now. Trustworthy. Well done, Ludwig. That'll probably gain you some brownie points with Miss Marina. Incredible, Ludwig. I'll take inspiration. I'm giving a little help to a person where it's due. If we like that.
I think that's my second inspiration I've stored up. I'll take it.
Well, you can't store them, unfortunately, if you haven't spent them, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, I got one now. Well, I still have one, but hey.
Yep. Make sure you spend them so I can give you more. But very cool, Ludwig. Very cool. And with that comes to an end of our gossip and reputation phase. Now to our epistolary phase. Is there anyone who would like to utilize the services of House Orion or House Civis to send messages or mail in Corvair?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
If everybody is staying in my house, for the people who are staying in my house, can I have a servant slip something under their door?
Yeah. No.
I'll pay the silver to have Orion do it. It just feels silly.
No.
But then
you're good. Sorry.
The only other question is, who stayed at Kenneth Estate with Rowan? The only two I know who did were a Holden and Ludwig.
Zali would have.
Okay.
Cross probably would have gone back to their accommodation rather than Kenneth Manor.
And Liz?
I've got a place here in town.
Fair enough. Cross, your stay is being covered by New Siri as a diplomat representative, so no one here has any money to spend today. You guys are all covered, but we will pick up our session right now. You guys are all going to wake up at the fabulous Kenneth Estate. Let me just do a quick little music flippy right now. Come on, give me something good. This is my reputation epistolary music, so this won't do. Okay, how about this one? We'll do the salon, sure. Let me post the handout so you guys can see the big, beautiful Kenneth Manor. On there. You all, well, not all, but you four awaken at the manor of Killian de Kenneth. Is this it? Is it just people talking? Sorry, I gotta get my music right.
Speaking of, is Killian still missing?
He was on the ship at the time, and I'm sure Rowan, you might have disclosed that if the question was posed. Killian de Kenneth is missing, presumed dead.
Okay.
How about this one? I feel like a little cello might be fitting. We'll find out. Jesus Christ, that's loud. There we go. The elegance. You all wake up at wonderful Killian de Kenneth's manor. It is a beautiful brick and mortar stone estate. Fairly old, big, large greenery grounds, big glass windows. Glass is very expensive. Truly a beautiful estate with different wings to the house, vast library, so on and so forth. There are many accommodations here, and you're all going to wake up in due time. Considering Rowan is the de facto lady of the house, that's not true, actually. Would you be? Oh, no, you are. Sorry, I'm getting my lore all mixed up. Yes, as you're the de facto lady of the house, Rowan, let us start with you. So you wake up in your big, beautiful, lavish room, which we're not going to describe in too much details. Nobody's inside to see, and there could be, I tend to find that that you learn a lot about a character by what their room looks like, generally speaking, in television and so on and so forth. So Rowan, you awaken, and of course, your lavish, beautiful room. Today is different than a couple days ago. The last time you were in this house, it was a little bit more, it had one extra person inside of it, but it just sort of filled it out, made it a little bit more like a home, perhaps. And now you have strangers wandering its halls, well, strangers you seem to have been tied to by fate. What do you do?
She dresses herself in a suit because that's kind of always what she's wearing, but today it's a black on black plaid with sharp white, like the kind of the giant statement collar, and the tie is done. There's a way to, it's an intricate folding of the tie, so it's from far away it looks like just a double Windsor, but if you look at it closely you can tell it's been very delicately folded and pleated. She's obviously strapped.
Fair enough.
With a weapon she made, and it's beautiful. And she has her rapier at her side as well.
Ready for the day.
Yeah. She'd grab Spot. And
Spot sort of thrums to life in the corner as Threps it's been a little deactivated these past couple days, but kind of sort of comes to life and moves very dog-like, and kind of comes up to you and kind of like almost like Jimmy Neutron Gutter a little bit, I imagine, ever so slightly, at least in mannerism. It kind of comes up to you and hangs its metal tongue out of its mouth and looks up at you and pants happily.
I'm glad you're here, boy. I'm so glad you're here. And she'll kind of like do like little scritches, which are essentially like little fine tuning, maybe cast a little mending just to touch on and see how she does. And it's probably the fun thing that she does every day before she assumes that there is some sort of staff meeting every day. There has to be, where the staff of the household would meet, and she would be there for that.
Of course, it would be. It would never be like only in the most rarest of occasion would the actual residents of the home attend these meetings. They're very much like business of the day while you eat breakfast kind of thing. Very unusual, but perhaps in these circumstances, it makes complete sense. I'm just pulling up your staff list I made for myself here. You walk in to see maybe a dozen servants sitting along a wood table in the kitchens. It is busy. There are people working away to get the breakfast done for the guests of the house. And they're all sort of being spoken to by the chief steward, Eberron Clowatch, who is a human. He is meticulously sharp-eyed, well-dressed, grayed hair, a little balding on top. He's what you imagine is your kind of Alfred-y kind of guy, but not so old, perhaps. Like maybe mostly salt, but a little pepper still lies in his hair. And he's sort of talking to everybody and saying, oh, he also wears a mechanical monocle. House Cannith helps him sort of spot the details and the little bits of dirt and dust in the corners and such. And he says, and I want everyone to ensure that we are working at absolute capacity. Lady de Cannith has guests today, and we will not disappoint. And he'll notice you come in and say, Lady de Cannith. And the whole staff turns in shock and stands to their feet in respect.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to take much. Everyone has heard what has happened on the airship, yeah?
There's a general nod of recognition, and Erin will say, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't actually know what happened. We don't know if he's gone or if he's missing. But what I promise you is that I will see to it that everyone in this household is safe, all right? So I don't know what his responsibility to you was, but I assume that there's someone in here who can tell me what it was so that I can make sure y'all are okay, right? And I just wanted to say that.
Make a performance or persuasion check for your speech.
They are the same. Oh, that's not bad. 18 plus 5, and I would like to say persuasion if it matters. So 18 plus 5 is 23.
23 is excellent. It's very slight, but there is a bit of just in posture mostly, or maybe even just like lax looks around the tables, but it's just barely detectable, not intentionally so, of relief. There's no doubt that there's some individuals in here who are worried for their positions, their pay, where they'll live, and in these households they're live-ins, right? So this is like their family a little bit. So there's just, you detect just the slightest wave of relief, as they would try and keep it hidden to be polite. And your steward Clowatch says, well, you heard Lady Kenneth. Rest easy. But nonetheless, that does not mean we should be lax in our duties. Everyone, if you could please begin the day. And they all sort of nod and immediately start scooping up their bowls and pots and tossing them in the wash barrel. And one of the younger house people just starts scrubbing away, and they all begin to depart. And your steward will approach you and say, I would be more than happy to... actually, perhaps you might speak to Lord Killian's advisor. He was also his... Yes, you'll want to speak to Alaric Voss. He should be in residence today. He was your uncle's envoy and lawyer. I expect it will be good to speak to him.
And he would know about accounts, about what I need to do to make sure that everyone here is taken care of, right? Like, he's the person.
Your uncle had many individuals who helped him attend to his day-to-day as the High Seneschal of Eberron for House Kenneth. But you, of course, could speak to me at any time if you require me to connect you with any of his associates who helped run the books and such. But as for the household staff goes, be assured that I am taking care of the books in that regard, and everyone is remaining well paid and well maintained until I'm told otherwise.
And she will hand letters to go to the 4 who are staying with her, just to be put on their trays or whatever, which I'll read because they all say basically the same thing. Like they were handwritten, but they all say essentially, welcome to Kenneth Estate. Come and go as you please. The kitchen serves meals at 7, noon, and 8. Please avail yourself of our hospitality. If you need anything, please talk to, and she will send him to the person that I'm talking to right now, whose name I can't remember. The human who was salt pepper, my Alfred.
Oh, my apologies. His name Aaron Clowatch.
So I will, please avail yourself of the hospitality. If you need anything, please talk to Aaron Clowalt. I would love it if you would join me for dinner tonight at 8 p.m. and maybe drinks afterwards. Yours in service, Rowan. They're all going to say something like that. She would also have something very similar sent off to the 2 people who didn't. And I'll pay the whatever silver it would take to have Orion. But they all say basically the same thing.
You don't need to pay House Orion to have your staff deliver messages to the various rooms. And if you want people like Elizabeth and Cross to receive those messages, you can send members of your staff out as runners. I'm not going to make you. It's fine. Yeah, and the people in the house would be dinner invitations. And if you wanted people in your on your staff to like you would say the staff when they come in to attend to your guests, they can deliver these messages, either spoken or written, however you prefer. And we'll cut to other individuals as Rowan. Perhaps you are welcomed to the breakfast room, the dining hall. Who would like to wake up next? Ludwig, would you like to? Yeah. So you wake up, Ludwig, in finer accommodations. You woke up very nice in the hotel, but this is a little more what you're used to, but it's Ondarian. So it still has that dramatic contrast to Kenneth, where there's a lot of fluffy goods and like perfumes and scented bath salts and just like fine amenities and luxurious comforts that you would never find in the lands of Kenneth, even for nobility. So it's very very plush and very demure, unlike Kenneth, which is very Prussian, very essentials. Carnath, excuse me. But yes, you wake up in these fine accommodations. You're both used to them and also very not used to them. You receive your message as well this morning as someone comes and opens up your windows and makes up your room.
I like to imagine that he's already awake when the servant comes in. Perhaps imagine they almost trip over them while Ludwig is doing push-ups on the floor.
I think they would be amazed to walk in to see, as you have a soldier's discipline, probably rose before dawn, which is it's probably starting to take a toll on you, Ludwig, because soldiers wake at dawn, but nobles go to sleep, wake up in late afternoon, and go to sleep late in the evening as the sun's coming up, because and that's the lifestyle. So you're having to balance the discipline of waking up early and the keeping up with society late at night. So you're struggling to get your hours in, but you are.
Which is rough for Ludwig because he's a night owl, but also an early riser. Trained to be an early riser. It's rough on him. So
you surprise the staff member comes in.
Can I help you?
He goes, I'm just here to turn over your room, my lord.
It was like I'll handle it myself. What? Anything else I can help you with?
Are you certain?
Yes,
I can turn in. Okay. If that, I have a message from you from the Lady Decanus, and she'll put it on the bed. She goes, "Are you certain I could run you a bath? I could bring you some water for the morning. Are you certain?"
No, I'm not really in the mood for a bath, honestly, right now. But
she goes,
thank you. I was actually hoping to take a run around the manor, if I may.
Of course, my lord. You see, at the prospect of that, she's not allowed to turn over your room or help your room. You see, her bottom lip quivering a little bit. She goes, "Okay, I'll just let you do everything for yourself. Just have a wonderful day, my lord. I'll just be around." And she'll close the door, and you'll hear a little sniffle in the hall. She walks away. And Ludwig, you go out and run around the estate grounds, and they're large, so you'll get a workout.
Before he leaves, he would ask the servants, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, where would I find Miss Decaneth?"
Lady Decaneth should be taking breakfast in the dining hall, my lord.
Okay. Good to know. I'll be down to meet her soon. Meet her as soon as I can.
Well. All right. And you probably see eyes looking out the windows of the various staff members who are watching you as you're running around, and they're it's probably a little bit of an unusual sight for them, and they're like, "Who do you think he is?" And you go running around. All right,
Are the maids
cool.
whispering like a bunch of hens?
Oh yes, the rumor mill is. They're like, "Why is he running around like a maniac?" You obviously don't hear all this, but I'm signing
Of course not.
Yeah.
But I after like say 10 laps, I'd come into the breakfast room to join Rowan, and who else is there? I'll take my turn after. I'll come in after someone else's turn.
Beautiful. Very considerate. Okay, why don't we, Zolly? I see that you're unmuted, so I choose you.
Sure.
Zolly, you wake up in probably the finest accommodations by far you have ever awoken in your entire life. Silks, upholstery, hardwood, the little gadgets here and there like help make like you're like, what is this? And you kind of pick it up and it's like a mechanicalized like brush or something like that. And it's all very elegant and beautiful and like has the Kenneth mechanics just ever so slightly built into every little thing to kind of add convenience to your morning. It's very plush. It's very soft. Probably incredibly, maybe, I don't know. It's up to you how you feel about that, but this room is probably 3 times bigger than any other room you've ever slept in.
Yeah. Is this the kind of high society building where there's like attached bathrooms to the suites, or is it like a communal situation? What does that look like?
Oh, it's definitely high society. Like Killian was a well-paid individual. You would have like your own bathing bath station, your own sink and faucet, and all of that.
Yeah, so Zoe will probably wake up, and the finery doesn't seem to sit too well with her. There's a good bit of fidgeting and like moving things around here and there as if she's trying to figure out what arrangement makes her comfortable. And then eventually she'll sort of give up on it and head into the bathroom to shave and wash her face and get her gear sorted out for the day.
At a certain point, there's a knock on the door, and you're going to see a servant essentially like let themselves in, and is going to, in whatever, sort of up, just coming to turn over your room. I'll go over and sort of like open up all the windows and hang the upholstery over, and they kind of just like let themselves in. And maybe you're not used to this, like you're like, why are you invading my privacy? But this seems to be very normal to them, and they just like start hanging all the things and like making your bed and like leaving out towels and like the things that you've reorganized. They don't move them at all, but they do like straighten them just a little bit for you and start giving and then relay the message that Rowan was to give and all that. Start kind of offering to like brush your hair or whatever you want.
It is fine. It grew this way. You said Mr.
Do you not want your haircut? A nice haircut might be good for you before breakfast.
No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
You said that the lady, the Ganeth, was taking breakfast. Is that true?
Yes, in the dining hall.
Okay. This eastern corner of the building with the lovely window. Is that correct?
You've seen her eyes are trying to figure out which way is eastern. She goes, yes, I think that's quite right.
With the window that can see the sunrise, yes? Okay.
Oh, yes, indeed. The one that backs off into the fountain of the property.
Okay, I will go there then. Please do not move any of my things. Do not touch my gear. I'd appreciate it.
My apologies. And we'll just nod and kind of we'll say milady. If you would, you are technically a lady, by standard of being a Dragonmark there. So of course, milady, of course. I endeavor not to touch your things. And if that's all you want, we'll depart from your room.
Of course.
Would you like me to launder your clothes before I go?
No, but do you have oil?
Yes, there should be some oil right there on the bath table. And it's like, it's like a fun bathing oil, like a facial oil kind of thing.
No, like for the dumbwaiter you have, or for your mechanics and machines, for metal.
Oh, most certainly. I can go. I'll go speak to the head builder and see if I can get anything from the workshop. Right away, ma'am, milady. And we'll depart. And when you're all suited up, we'll indeed return with like in a ridiculously fancy like glass like decanter, like bring you some like mechanical oil.
Give me some linseed oil in a container that looks like a Fabergé egg.
Basically, yeah. Basically.
All right. Yeah, and
black oil.
Zolly, she doesn't. It's not that she's a late riser, because if you're following someone and tracking them down, more sunlight is better for finding tracks.
Yeah.
But she does spend a good hour just finally taking care of her gear because she traveled all the way to Fairhaven, and a good bit of that was on foot.
Yep.
So she finally just takes the opportunity to go over every weapon with a fine-tooth comb. The whetstone's busted out, edges are maintained, oil's reapplied. Any bits of like rust or degradation are looked over and kind of picked at. And then she will finally head towards the sunroom for breakfast, effectively.
Excellent. And so you do. Last but not least, in the Decaneth house, Mr. Lackyard. You similarly awake in probably the finest accommodations you have ever set your bottom on. And, I almost imagine Holden's a little more like, lap of luxury a little bit. And, or maybe not. I don't know. That's up to you.
Yeah,
but same as Zolly, same as Ludovic, same as Rowan. Eventually the staff will come in, deliver the message, turn over your room, make your bed, open your windows, all the things. What would you like to do?
First, I would like to address that person. Who is this person?
You see this like young man who's like he's late teens, early 20s, something like that. Probably more towards his like early mid-teens. Combed over, finely cut hair. He's wearing like a waistcoat. Very very elegantly dressed servant. You ask him his name?
Yes. Good morning, young man. What's your name?
My name is Edward. Pleasure to meet you, my lord.
It's nice to meet you as well. And will you be tending to my room during my entire stay?
If that is your pleasure, my lord, I'd be more than happy to.
I would. If we could put in that request with the house, I'd much appreciate it.
I'll ensure that the chief steward hears of it. I'll be sure to attend to your accommodations as you please, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to bathe quickly, if you don't mind.
Would you like some help, my lord?
Help won't be necessary, unless I haven't seen the linens yet. Are they luxurious?
Of course, my lord, of course. And he'll go over to one of the like 5 cabinets and open up this like one armoire that's specifically filled with like every type of towel one could want or need. Very plush, very expensive.
And Holden will come over and kind of feel through them and be like, "Oh, this one would be perfect. Thank you."
Of course, and he starts like taking them out to prepare for like the proper set of like bathing, drying towels, and he puts them over near the bath. He starts running hot water for you, and he just starts taking care. He goes, "Is it your room seems turned over now? You've got all your towels for your bath. Is there anything else you might need, my lord?"
Oh no! Please feel free to go about whatever you normally do. I don't require any particular privacy, and I don't want to interrupt you from your job.
Oh, very well. And he'll just go and like make extra maintenance of your room. He's not going to clean it or anything. He'll make sure your garbage is cleared out. He'll ask if you want your outfit laundered, if you want your clothes laundered or steamed or anything. And, if you want him to, he will, and he'll just like take care of everything, and he'll be out within 10 minutes of him entering the room and leave you back to your privacy.
If you could. And he'll take his clothes that he wore to the gala and say, "If you could launder these, I would appreciate it. And by the way, could you tell me how long we have now until breakfast?
Breakfast is actually, it's in the mornings, it's served a little bit buffet style. So breakfast shall be going on for the next 2 hours. The Lady Rowan Kenneth should be expecting you, sir, my lord, along with the other 2 guests I'm sure will be attending most shortly.
Oh, is the lady waiting on me?
No, my lord, no, my lord. I expect that she is taking her time as well this morning. You're not expected at least for another half an hour.
Thank you. I'm going to bathe, and I do bathe rather quickly. Do you think I have a moment to step out before breakfast and back in?
Depending on how far you wish to go, my lord, it's quite possible. I know that one of the guests has taken to running circles around the property for some reason.
Running circles around the property? Do you know which one?
He's the one with the Carnathi accents, my lord.
Ah, of course he is. Of course he is. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to hop in the shower now, if you don't mind. Please, again, feel free. You're not in my way at all. I certainly don't want to interrupt you from doing your assigned duties. So feel free to do whatever you have to do in the room, and I will simply live around you.
Oh, well, you're most kind, my lord, most kind. And again, he'll tend to you, but he's gone before you get out of the shower, which is cool. There's a shower in here. There's no pipes or anything like that, but basically, Killian de Cannith, by association with House de Cannith, has access to a magically heated bathing system called a shower. So prestidigitation is a hell of a cantrip, and it. Yeah, you get a nice hot shower in, which is the first time you've ever had a shower.
Right. So Holden would probably, play a little with the water temperature if that's possible. Is it adjustable?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And anything that's more than probably room temperature, I imagine he would find way too warm and be like, whoa, oh my goodness, that's luxurious, isn't it? And then adjust it back down to probably something a little bit warmer than shockingly cold, and grab himself a cool shower.
A cold shower.
Yeah, a relatively cold shower. And then when he's finished, he's probably going to try and step out into the street in the neighborhood around Kenneth Manor. And see whether or not he sees any signs of whether or not Pestle has been around or is around right now.
Okay, maybe a perception check to look around the grounds for Pestle.
11.
11. You look around. You don't see Pestle. Did you? Yeah, you put. No, actually, you did. You put in your. Yeah. You look around and you do see a familiar individual waiting at the gates, or just kind of at least like hanging around the gates, sort of like arms folded, just kind of like minding their business, standing near one of the opening gates.
Sure, and I'll saunter casually over there.
Yeah, he sauntered casually over to the main gates, and he goes, "Holden, it's good to see you. Look at you, all fancy, huh?"
Oh, good morning, chap. I told you we'd be living a different life from now on.
Yeah, we would be. One of us is on one side of the gate, the other's on the other.
Well, for the moment, that's the case, isn't it? We'll try and get that figured out if we can't. It takes a little time to get in before one can invite guests. However, I do have a little something for you, if you don't mind. There's a little coin in it for you.
All right.
All right. The scuttlebutt is that there's a little bit of activity around the lightning rail in town these days. If you wouldn't mind spinning a little ears and eyes over in that direction, letting me know if anybody notable, recognizable comes in, who they are, where they seem to be going, and what the general, what the general purpose is for the increased activity.
How did I end up working for you?
Well, not working for me, of course, working with me. This is how it's going to go for the time being, isn't it? I at one time certainly I worked for you, but at the moment I seem to have the in, and that doesn't necessarily change the hierarchy of our relationship, but it does change our opportunities and circumstances just a little bit. Um, your help is most welcome as a partner. If you're not interested, that's fair enough.
Maybe a persuasion check, or a deception check, depending on how you feel about this relationship here. If you're trying to keep trying to, you're just
13.
your choice. 13?
13. Yep.
Is it a perception or persuasion or deception?
Deception. Deception.
He goes, all right, well, I'm busting my ass out here. There better be some coin down the line at least.
Well, a little bit of point. I mean, I'm only asking you to stop by a rail station. Let's not get crazy. But as things ramp up, of course, you will be included on whatever lucrative business this happens to open up to us.
Yeah, well, I also did the other thing for you that you wanted. I'm not going to stand here all day and tell you about it. And he's going to slip you a piece of paper.
Yes, fantastic. I will be happy to have that. Thank you very much. All right, well, now I owe you twice, don't I? As a matter of fact, and I'll reach into my pocket and I will hand him... Let's see, let me think of what I asked him to do. Okay, I'll hand him 5 gold.
5 gold. He'll take it. He goes, all right, now we're talking. That's proper. All right, I'll go look at your lightning rails, see what's what down there.
All right, let's keep it up. I think if we follow this to the end, there's a lot more gold in this for both of us.
All right, sounds good. And he'll take off, and I will. It's a little slip of paper, so I think $2,000. It's not like anything terrific, but I will send you the contents in private in a moment as I complete its writing. And at that time, you head back to the house. We're going to come to our two amiss friends momentarily. I'm not going to let this go on too long, but I still will have that scene done. You all meet in the dinner room, in the dining room. Rowan, you will find yourself there before anybody else, in which you will indeed come face to face with one of your uncle's employees, shall we say, or at least one of his more important associates. His name is Alaric Voss. He was Killian's not Herald. He was his lawyer and his diplomatic envoy, and probably got in today because he travels quite far abroad on business from there, from one envoy to another, so on and so forth. But he comes in, public face of the estate of Lord Seneschal's office. He comes over to you, and he will say, Rowan, my most humblest condolences for your loss. How are you holding up, dear?
I will be better when I can focus my energies on finding out what happened.
I see. Well, I wish you the greatest of luck in that pursuit. Have you spoken to the Lady Jolona de Cons?
Only briefly.
I see.
That is something I need to do today. I don't know what my responsibilities are. I'm here to stand for him, What do we need to do?
Right. Well, first and foremost, as you could probably imagine, the will is what takes most prominence. I also do need to, of course, meet with the Baron as myself to discuss his certain circumstances around his position in the Cannith House, along with indeed the will. It'll take a little bit of time for me to get out and process, but I will let you know. Shouldn't be it'll be a couple of days to get everything, all the paperwork sorted out, but we will do a reading soon enough.
Just humor me. What if he wasn't dead? Like, just what if we do all this because it's what we do, right? Because it's what we do. And then we find him like in 3 years, right? There's some sort of weird thing, like legally, what happens then?
Oh, wow. I'll have to go over the legalities personally. I think 3 years is a little bit past. Sorry, I'm forgetting the legal terms. Past the statute. 3 years might be past the statutes of limitations, but for an individual as prominent as Mr. DeCanth, it would probably be left to the discretion of the Baroness herself as to the allocations of assets. But again, it would have to be dealt with at the time. I can look into the legalities, if you please, for the specifics.
We have staff that I want to make sure are taken care of, right? There are people who depend on us. We need to make sure that we're there for them also until we have a body. I think declaring him dead and reading a will is premature. It's only been 48 hours. I understand that we need a high seneschal, but certainly his personal matters can be.
Well, of course, and the estate is his. It doesn't belong to the High Seneschal. It belongs to Killian himself. There's no fear that as if the position were to be passed along, it would not affect his personal assets. I have no doubt that the Baroness will be selecting a High Seneschal, at least an acting High Seneschal, very soon on there, and House Kenneth must continue. The show must go on to some extent.
Absolutely.
But I will bring up your concerns with the Baroness herself as I begin to file away and get to work on the paperwork and such. Someone will have to eventually decide, but there may be something in the will about such a situation as is present if his disappearance. But you should be comforted to know that in the current circumstances, as you seem to believe, he is missing more than lost, and indeed he has not been recovered, shall we say. In such a case that indeed the estate does fall to you legally. So at least until such a time as we have a confirmation about his whereabouts, that the estate is yours, Mr. Kenneth, Lady Kenneth.
I don't know what my responsibilities are. Where do I go to find out what I need to know to be good at this?
Probably be best to speak to indeed the Baroness herself. You're the ward of your uncle, High Seneschal de Kenneth, and as I was led to understand, you haven't been actually fully in the Kenneth business. You've been going to school, if I'm not mistaken, yes?
Just graduated, right?
Just graduated. Perhaps, again, you might wish to speak with the Baroness. Perhaps she has a position with you for the Tinkerers Guild or or one of the Kenneth guilds, perhaps. I would speak to Jolana herself. I'm sure she'll have time for you.
All right. Let me know what you need from me.
All right. I shall. I'll keep you in touch. Good afternoon. And he will sort of put his hat on and tip the brow, and he will make his way out to head to the Kenneth Enclave. Zolly, Holden, and Ludwig, in your own times, you may join in the dining hall, and you will see this individual walk out of the dining hall, this sort of very businessman-looking individual, clearly House Kenneth to some extent. He will make his way out of the out of the room, and he'll sort of give you all like a look and a respectful but small tip of the head. And you may all enter the long, lavish dining hall with a breakfast banquet prepared for this morning by the house staff and various servants standing at attention, prepared to meet your every need.
Who wants to go in first?
Go ahead.
Okay, Ludwig will be coming in running. Not quite running, but like slowing down as he comes in, like only somewhat sweaty from his running, and he says, "Good morning, Lady Coneth. Lovely home you have."
Call me Rowan.
Thank you, Rowan. And he's kind of takes a moment to look at the long table of food.
Please sit down this way. I should have set up in the kitchen. I'm sorry. The lawyer wasn't here. Just if you could just make my life easy and not sit down there, that'd be great.
This is your house. This is your house. Where should I sit?
And she's like, close, anywhere close to me.
Very well,
down
James. There. Very well. He looks at the long. He looks at the big buffet of food. Like, is this all for the four of us?
I mean, the staff is going to eat too.
Well, oh, good. Thank
you would know.
Ludwig is kind of, you can see a hint of relief on Ludwig's face as you say that.
You would know, Rowan, and I think you would know as well, Ludwig, because you're a noble too, pretty high up noble. Yep. No, this is all for you guys. They ate. You actually walked in while they were eating breakfast this morning, Rowan. They will eat by themselves, and they will eat in the kitchens, and they will not be in your way. This banquet is for all of you, and that's.
And what happens to the leftovers?
The leftovers will probably be either thrown away if they're not good enough, or they will be, or the kitchen staff will be lucky enough to have the leftovers.
Rowan's making notes.
So, Lady Deconith, this is
to be clear, Rowan, like this has been going on your whole time here. Like this has always been how things are.
Yeah,
and
she couldn't change it before.
Right. So we'll just say that like the leftovers will go to the kitchen staff, and then anything that isn't, because they only have so much storage space. And Killian's not going to be like, absolutely not. We're going to waste this. Deal with it. So no, we'll say that the leftovers go to the kitchen staff, but they don't make an excess. They definitely make what they think will be suitable for 4 individuals, but what 4 individuals could possibly eat, to be clear. So yes, it will go to the kitchen staff. It's not going to get wasted if it can be helped.
Rowan explains that to him, and you see a sense of relief on his face. Good to know. He collects his food and somewhat smaller than maybe yours, Rowan, and joins you. I thought all Ondarians had much bigger plates than had much bigger plates. That was a joke.
We go back.
Nice.
We just go back more than once.
Mm-hmm. I suppose so. Where are the others?
Liz and Cross stayed elsewhere, and you are you're the first to come in this morning.
I see.
So welcome.
Well, thank you. By the way, maybe now perhaps not be the best time, but I would like to speak to you privately as soon as I can, away from the others, if it's possible.
By all means, go ahead.
Sure.
That's always been leaning in the doorway for a hot minute.
She says, just like, the food's over there. Please come sit by us.
You should. I hope everyone slept well. How about that weather, eh?
I suppose. Yeah. Good enough. I will say, I am sorry about your uncle, Rowan, your uncle Gillian. I assume you'll be taking over the day-to-day operations while he's gone.
I don't really know what I'm doing. I need to go talk to the Baroness. I don't know what my responsibilities are. Some of his responsibilities were appointed, right? They're not familial. The estate is mine. Certain resources will be mine. He might not be, like, it's early. It's early to talk about that, I think. It's early to talk about that.
Another subject then.
Thank you.
What is what is the staff like around here?
Kind.
See, this various staff members were standing around the hall, like, maybe Zolly alone catches it, but like they barely move, but you do catch their eyes kind of like they like look at each other just briefly and then go back to being neutral.
They're kind.
Hello there.
Very helpful.
They nod to you.
I've only been here for a couple of years, right? But the house is overwhelming by itself. But the people, they make it home. And everyone's really neat. People's wives making meatloaf, and someone's kid's got a chemistry test, and it's nice. I think. I hope.
It's the house itself is very opulent indeed. It's good to know its staff bag is good as people.
It's very impressive. People get lost here.
Uncle Killian's wife had big taste. And Uncle Killian loved her with everything he had.
How long did he live here?
It's been more than 15 years. I feel like it had been about 10 years when I was here before the morning. So I'm thinking it was about 10 years. So maybe about 15 now.
10 to 15.
I might be wrong.
How long have you had your monarch? How long have you been with Kenneth?
Four years. So I was adopted. They told my parents that I was House Kenneth, but my parents they weren't dragon marked. You know, my mom, she was an artificer, but not like a high level like she worked in the Fabricators Guild. Dad made street lights. They weren't special, not like that. They were special to me, but they weren't all this. I tended bar and got in trouble because the place I was tending bar, check it out. Place I was tending bar was a fencing operation. I didn't know, I was just bored. Anyway, the parents had a fit and send me off to university because that's what happens. And I got sent down above the table. She would remember the name of the city. I can't. But it's the city in Dargoon that she was at.
I'll look it up real quick. It's got a funky name. Oh boy, here we go. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Rukendral.
No, not Rukendral. The city that she was in, it's on the border.
Oh, were you doing your testing?
Yeah, not where she was tested, not Whitehearth. Where she was actually got her mark was during the morning. So there's that city. She was with Lana, and the city is actually
I know.
cut in two by the morning.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the city you're doing testing and got caught in the morning. It was Lyrenton.
Lyrenton. That I wanted to say Lyrengorn. I'm like, that's wrong.
Yeah,
Lyrengorn is wrong.
Lyrengorn's in everyone's head today.
So, Lyreton. So, yeah. So
Lyrenton.
we were in Lyrenton. We were testing armor. Oddly enough, my mentor had developed this like exoskeleton. It was a beautiful thing. She really believed that.
Like with the bugs, or
So imagine armor that goes around a human, that gives it some of the advantages of steel plate, but with artificery assistance.
Impressive.
Lana believed that the Warforged would eventually be given their freedom. So this was against the day. She would be able to testify to that in court, and she died in the morning, and I got marked. Took about 3 days. Interesting. Liz said her thing took 3 days too. That seems to be the knack. 3 sleepless days of wondering what the fuck is going to happen. But yeah. That's how I got marked. It's a little unusual, but...
So you escaped so to be clear about this, you escaped the morning in Sire, landed in Dargum, and the Mark of All emerged after 3 days.
Yeah, basically. So when the morning came, like it rolled in, and the city was like cut in half. It just stopped halfway through.
People did, from what I heard, did not so much escape the Narcotic. It was more a matter of serendipity that he survived, happenstance. You were either there on his path, or you were simply not. But I was not near to it. I was in Rome at the time.
I remember being in Karnath, returning to Karnath from the battle. Anyway, no, is it true that, from what I've heard, is it true that the morning came in like the mist?
That's what I saw.
No.
Before the chaos, the running, the screaming, it was a mess. I would like to have drinks with you guys tonight and talk about something a whole lot less heavy.
Along those lines.
Jay, Holden, give me a second, because I'm going to forget what I was saying. I'm having brain issues. That was a lot. The Baroness has asked me to hear your grievance, yours and Cross. You don't have to take me up on it, but I make a hell of a drink.
Sure, I'll chat about it over alcohol.
This is my preferred way of doing things.
I would ask that it happens later on, because I do not look kindly upon day drinking.
Oh no, this is currently pastry hour. I have no intention of getting into it now.
Holden, eat. Sit.
Yes. Absolutely. And he's been picking at things here and there while they talk. Um and he spends most of his time not looking directly at anybody. But from time to time when certain things are said, he'll um look up to try and catch a facial expression, but it's not necessarily during the times that you would think are the most critical. It's sort of in between those times. Um, but for the most part, he just sits and smiles softly and listens, and every once in a while looks up and watches. Um, but he says, "You said you were a bartender here in the city."
White Hart. I grew up in White Hart.
Ah, I see. Well, I do love a good bar and a good bartender. They, I find the best bars always have the most fascinating names. What was the one name that you were in?
The Shaken Strumpet.
The Shaken Strumpet. Well, that almost seems provocative, doesn't it?
That's definitely a front name, yeah.
It was a burlesque.
Oh, well.
The performers were amazing.
Now we're talking about my kind of place. It's a shame I never had the opportunity to visit.
Oh. I mean, it was shady as fuck, but it was part of it, It was a whole vibe. I loved it. I had a good job. I was working at a fabricators guild. I was fine. I was just bored. I also didn't know it was a front for something, so I got arrested.
There's nothing wrong with shady, but the shade keeps the sun off the head.
Ain't that the truth?
Keeps life interesting sometimes.
And those kinds of places tend to breed the best stories.
While you all continue to enjoy breakfast and talk about fun, maybe lighter things, and actually enjoy a breakfast together, we're gonna peel away to our other remaining allies who are waking up this morning. Cross, Liz, who would like to go first?
Cross, you go.
Okay. Cross, you wake up in sort of the usual upper middle accommodations that you've been given. You sort of come online as you do after a century's rest, and are awakened back to the strange new reality you find yourself in. What do you do?
First of all, he finally changes out of the formal clothes I've been wearing for more than a day.
Fair enough.
And they're now kind of dressed in the kind of it's like sort of half, I don't know, sort of gunslinger, the other, I don't know, like sort of religious robes, and they clip on the little pin that has the holy symbol of the sovereign host.
Oh yeah, you do so.
And I'd say like they get up quite early in the morning, and I would like to go. It's a very specific request. I want to see if I can find any kind of, I guess, vagrant warforged.
Yeah, absolutely. You could go find some vagrant warforged. Incredible. Yeah, you can find a couple. Why don't you make me an investigation check and we can figure out just who you find.
17.
17. Let me go look at our... Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Let's go look at our map. Probably towards the gates. There isn't a ton of vagrancy in Fairhaven, it seems, for whatever reason. There's a little bit, though, sort of in the back alleys and streets, and you do find this one back alley that has about, I guess, just one sort of warforge who looks a little beaten up, a little dented, and is just kind of probably taking a sentry's rest also in just this back alley, in this like dark alley. Got some tattered cloak on them.
I suppose I'll kind of sort of post up in front of them and I guess look them over while they're in sentry's rest.
You post up in front of them, and as you know, in sentry's rest, you're largely inactive but somewhat still conscious. And you see the Warforged sort of come back online as they sort of cut their sentry rest short and sort of look at you and say, "Hello."
Greetings, friend. I must say, it wounds my soul to see a fellow Warforged to be in such a state of, well, neglect.
He looks at you, and you're wearing just like, what are you up to? What are you wearing?
I've got like my robe and my hat and my scarf, but they can still, I guess, there's still like a sort of telltale, like in the where the face can be seen, you can see like the burnt metal and the like pitting and the tearing. Plus, there's also the hands that are exposed, the one really blackened and gnarled.
So you're looking a little beat up yourself, right?
Yeah.
He says, "It is difficult not having a master, not having orders."
I can empathize. It's painful to feel so lost after a time when everything was so clear and well understood.
Warforged sort of slowly nods empathetically. He says, "Did you serve in the last war?" "I presume, of course, you did. Where did you serve? Was it here and on there as well?"
No, I served in Syria. I was there at the very end.
"I'm sorry to hear that. But what an honor to serve so close to the birthplace of the first Warforged."
I can't help, though, but feel angry. The day they set us free, well, would you say you feel free right now?
I would say I feel almost a little too free. I don't know if we were meant to be free.
I always thought it was like being abandoned. That
Yes.
we served our purpose and they threw us away like some obsolete tool.
I couldn't agree more. I understand how they thought it was a kindness, but now many don't have anywhere to go.
All the more when I think that they went from giving us orders and telling us what to do to saying we're free and then tossing us to the bottom of their pecking order with their boots upon our necks. But have you ever been into the Mournlands?
I heard it was dangerous.
can be, but where the fleshborn shy away from the mist, we as Warforged can pass through much more easily. And if you were ever hoping to find maybe some semblance of how things were before, perhaps it would be wise to make the journey there.
Make a persuasion check. It's a or deception check, depending on what it is you think you're trying to do right now.
It's persuasion for sure. 16.
Cool. The Warforged thinks to himself and says, I have had no other purpose. I will accept this one. I will go then see our homeland of sorts, and will offer a hand forward and says, I am known as Senior. That is my name.
Pleasure to meet you, Senior. I am the Cross God, and in your travel into the Mournland, seek the blades. There you'll find a purpose once again.
A purpose. You see the light in the eye sort of flickers almost in the way that it does when Warforged are either thinking or sometimes even when receiving an order. And it's and you know it's not an entirely unpleasant thing for Warforged to receive an order, to receive something to do. Maybe it offs the Fleshborn, but for a Warforged, it's a good feeling to have an objective, a purpose, something to do. And Warforged will nod and will begin to walk out the alley with intention, and begin a journey some ways to the southeast, it seems.
This might seem a bit kind of, I don't know. I've looked at like the symbol of the Sovereign Host, and I kind of like the idea that Cross has got like an almost modified sort of metallic one that he can almost push like the little lines around until it forms the vague shape of like a fist with 3 claws.
Mm-hmm. It's a sort of, I gotcha.
Yeah. And just for a brief moment, kind of clutches it tightly.
Fair enough. You know the truth behind it. You know what it really means, what you really believe.
One more soul for the cause, my lord. And I'll rearrange it back into its Sovereign Host disguise. And
go ahead.
And I'll head towards Kenneth Manor, I suppose.
Maybe he does hear when you pray, when you say these things, but with every soul that you send his way, with every Warforged you send his way, with your name he carries, it is like indeed a slow-moving prayer, each and every one of them. Yeah, and you'll begin to return or go to this Kenneth estate you've told about, this Killian estate, somewhere in the higher district, of course. And you begin to head in that direction. Liz, let us circle back around to you, my friend.
Liz wakes up with her head in the middle of her journal on her desk.
Right.
Because that's where she finally passed out and succumbed.
Fair enough.
She wants to meet with Otto, Oscar, definitely a no-name.
Absolutely.
This morning, and she tells him, she needs to speak with 2 madams.
To who, sorry?
For 2 madams.
2 madams.
I don't know where to find them. That'll be on you. I need somebody who specializes in the aristocracy, and somebody who would represent the higher end artisan class.
Got it. Very interesting. Okay, well, why don't we start with Otto, because Otto might be able to connect you. You're the doctor of the operation. You're the brains of the craft of House Carrasco. Otto is the middleman who has those connections. So let's go find Otto. And indeed you do, who seems to be, you get directed to where you can find Otto, and you find Otto basically sitting on a chair waiting outside of what seems to be one of one of the envoys, one of the business people of House Jurassic, not one of the doctors. And he turns and looks down the hall, a little surprised to see you, and kind of hops out of his chair. Over to you.
Good morning.
And he goes, Elizabeth, it is, I heard of your, it has been a whirlwind of information these past couple of days.
It's been very enlightening.
I see. We went from, your arrest in front of the house, and then being caught away, and now here you stand.
We'll just say that there was some overreach on the part of the constabulary. Whether that's justified or not is a question of debate.
Fair enough. Well, you're back. Is it time to get back to work? Now that we're done with balls?
We have new work, Otto.
New work?
Yes.
I see.
At which point, Liz will set her journal and turn it around. And in the journal is a depiction of the new dragon mark.
It's on some spectacles. Interesting. Very interesting. I have not seen this dragon mark before. That is...
And she'll turn her head to the side.
Very interesting day indeed.
That came about with the ship's destruction. Whether it's causal or coincidental, that's an investigation that remains yet to be seen.
Oh.
But you'll see directly underneath this, there are 2 names in the journal. One is Ludwig's name. The other is Holden's name.
I see. And who might these be?
And these are 2 people who were also marked, but not previously marked.
Was Holden who, sorry? And Ludwig?
Holden and Ludwig.
Understood. So I see. How can I help this mystery?
I need the services of 2 madams.
Can you tell me what you mean when you say madams? I'm not...
I mean someone who runs a house of pleasure.
I just, that's what I was thinking, and I thought I was...
No, you are not wrong.
Got it. Yeah, Otto does the same thing. He goes, madams, you couldn't been,
And then the tree structure sitting underneath Holden's name and Ludwig's name should begin to make sense.
Yeah, our eyes, Lady Elizabeth del Jurasco always working, huh?
It's an opportunity to learn something that no one else knows.
I will. How fancy are we talking here? Are we talking sort of lower district rabble rouse, or are we talking a place of eloquence?
Ludwig will require someone who caters to the aristocracy. Holden would probably have a preference for somebody in the upper artisan.
Upper middle class kinds of thing.
Upper middle class, yeah.
All right. Clean. Talks well, smells good.
Yes. You have more skill at negotiation than I do. What we need to do is we need to arrange them to be seduced. We need to encourage whoever the seducer is to forego their normal protections against pregnancy.
Oh, I gathered that much.
House Jurasco will underwrite all of the costs for those pregnancies and the births.
So we are looking for research specimens is what we are looking for.
And we will extend that by way of payment to the other people within those particular madam's houses.
I see.
But only at which point and for the duration of the pregnancy. So there is motivation for them to be successful, become pregnant, and there is definitely a termination phase.
Understood. I will begin to organize. Obviously, I will need to speak to some members of the for funding. I will have to ask for some funds for an Elizabeth de Jurasco sort of experiment where they don't usually want to know what exactly it is you're up to.
I'm happy to pen anything that you think would be germane and appropriate. I have a pretty good idea of what the plan is and what the potential testing regimen would need to be when those children become of age.
Understood. This is a very interesting form of bounty posting.
It is a little unusual, to be sure, but the information is something that no one else has.
Most useful to House Jurasco, I am sure.
Of value to every Dragonmark house that exists.
Of course. With that said, I will probably do my best to keep this out from the hearing of the Baron. Although I agree with you, she is reputed to be a little altruist. Just leave it to me.
She needs to know what she needs to know
exactly
when she needs to know it.
Exactly, and she's out in Karnath anyway. We'll see what I can do.
When
I have ideas.
when we make the arrangements, I can provide images of the. More accurately, I can provide a memory of what these individuals act and behave like.
I see.
I've been around them for a couple of days. That shouldn't pose a problem.
We will do our best. Yes, we will get to work. I assume it'd be best that the shall we say the donors, shall we call them, that they are not dragon marked. Would it be best for studies? Yes.
That for the first round of testing, that is absolutely the case.
Understood. Well, if there are two subjects, would there be two different donors we would like to test?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Well, this will take a while. I mean, this is to secure the funding, find the right person, find the right people. So you take your time and you figure out how best you wish to conduct this experiment, and I will begin to get things in order.
Okay, that is fantastic. I'm going to have a breakfast with the rest of the folks that were impacted.
Well, and I will get to work. Always interesting.
This is too good a piece of information for us not to grab a hold of.
Very good. Very good. I agree. Always interesting to work with you, my companion. Always the most interesting experiments. Yes, I will get to work and get things in order as quick as I can.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Right.
And then, at that point, she will get changed out of this reputable party clothes and into working attire, get her medical bag, and head to the Rowan's estate.
Got it. This is the craziest calendar submission I've ever put in. Incredible. And then someone will poke their head out and sort of say, Dr. Jarosco, you may come forth. Aldo sort of gives you the thumbs up and he'll walk into his meeting and and he'll get to work. Fantastic. At this time, we'll say that, sure. We'll say his breakfast is sort of coming to a close. Maybe Holden, Ludwig, Rowan, Zully, you guys have made your way largely to the end of breakfast is when one of the staff members will say, presenting Lady Elizabeth de Jarosco and Diplomat Cross. And the two members will enter the dining hall, to which you will see the opulence of Killian Manor, and attended to by your four other new best friends, it seems.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good to see you all refreshed. Is anybody experiencing any untoward after effects from our interesting situation?
Well,
Any flu-like symptoms?
Any headache, blurry vision, unexplained tingles or sneezing, no dripping or oozing?
I found myself experiencing a great deal of stress in strange company.
I suggest more alcohol.
I'll work on that.
It will decrease the stress a little bit, and the company will seem less strange. Or at least that's my given understanding.
No, it's all right.
8 o'clock.
In my experience, people are always strange when you're a stranger.
I felt perfectly fine, Liz. Thank you. As a matter of fact, I slept probably more deeply last night than I have in quite a while.
I, Ludwig would look to Rowan and say, Rowan, by the way, since you clearly have your hands full right now with the staff, if you have security here, I'm going to help them with their daily training if they have any.
Above the table.
We don't have guards now. Killian did not keep men at arms, unfortunately, at the house. There may be.
Ludwig
in fairness, there might
that...
be like four. There might be like four, 5 something dudes who just like maintain very basic, like just in case kind of stuff, but like mall cops basically.
Gardener's pretty mean with the rate.
When Ludwig realizes that, it's a bit of a culture shock for him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Rowan like kind of adjusts her jacket so he can see and says, I am the security.
Very well. Very well. It's good that we're all finally here then.
Absolutely.
Do you all want to discuss how yesterday went?
It was a train wreck.
Sure.
What's to discuss?
It was.
Liz is correct. It was an epic cluster hump. Actually, it was one of the most. I wanted to look away. I did. I wanted to look away, and I couldn't.
Oh, you did.
Actually,
you were quiet during the whole thing.
I was.
Actually, there's a point where I made eye contact, I think, and you distinctly looked away, literally.
Mm-hmm. That is a true statement. That is a true statement.
The only way that meeting yesterday could have gone worse is if a fireball went off.
Oh no. There are significantly a large number of ways that meeting could have gone worse.
There were moments I did want the fireball to go off.
Oh, I would strongly prefer the fireball go off at some point.
Trust me, 3rd degree burns, you would really... Perhaps. A social interaction you can get over by drinking enough to forget it. No. 3rd degree burns are going to last for weeks.
Go ahead.
I would like to put something on the table, right?
Oh,
just for consideration. Just for consideration. So listen, we have some idea of what forming a house could do for us, but this is not where we are right now, right? It is true that there is an opportunity that's going to present itself, but not every opportunity is an opportunity for right now, right? That's just not where we are right now, and that's okay. So we know it's something that we can do. Let's maybe put it on a shelf and focus on, or at least ask, is there anything common uniting us? Is like anything that we actually want to do?
Yes, finding out who fucked us.
I think finding out about the dismemberment of the golden dragon and the subsequent marking, were those coincidental events, were they causal events? Those questions are certainly items that I would be more interested in finding. I would also be interested in doing a deeper dive into the scope of these new marks. It will take some time and experimentation. I'm happy to do that on myself, but I may need some additional research investigation on your individual marks as well. We have an opportunity to look at what the interaction is, as we have 3 people who are dual marked, which is unheard of.
Now, I'd have said impossible.
Hence the unheard of.
By my understanding, it was all but illegal to attempt because it resulted more often in aberrant marks, which is
highly interesting. Which is why I think the investigation from our perspectives are important for us as individuals and may be invaluable for us as a house. Because if we represent a mark that can be successfully shared with other marked houses, if it can be shared with the Warforged, exactly how that would work, I'm not quite certain. That's an investigation that's worth having. But those investigations, we need to be in a position where we can afford to take them on. For the Warforged houses, having the ability to pick up this new dragon mark would represent a significant paradigm change. Equally, I would think for the Warforged, my understanding of their status and culture is that it's highly fractured because of the nature of the recent events, where they were, with all pardon to Rowan and to Ambassador Cross, where they were seen as property, and then they were seen as individuals within the time that it took to stroke a pen. But I get the impression that there wasn't a lot of provisional thought. And certainly they have been left out of anything to do with the dragon marked houses, because to the best of our knowledge, much like dual marks, there has never been a Warforged with a dragon's mark. There may be a rarity out there that I'm not familiar with, but there's nothing in common documentation. So the potential for that to be viable by some method, I'm not certain how that would get transferred, because they don't have the same biological replicative process. But it would certainly be something that could be researched. There may be some parallel process that may be viable, and they may find that to be something of value that actually presents them with a path to more significant social status. But these are the thoughts that I had last night as I was trying to take the last day in. and trying to figure out where there was opportunity and where there was potential value. Again, as Rowan said, there are some opportunities that are now opportunities. There are some that are future opportunities, but these are items that I wanted to make sure that you were aware of, that were available to you. I have some expertise in designing medical trials for new treatment types and that sort of thing. I am happy to lend that expertise to any of these endeavors, and I am reasonably certain that I may be able to find some future funding through House Jarosco to underline or to underwrite that investigation. But I think that if we can find a way to underwrite it ourselves, that becomes significantly more valuable to us as a future potential house.
All right. All the scholarly side of things is not really my wheelhouse, and I am not the boat captain, so I don't even have a wheelhouse. But mostly I want to find out who actually destroyed the ship, and if it has anything to do with all of this, because then they might know more anyways. Besides, people are missing and or dead from this. Seems like a good thing to look into, and possibly a well-paying thing to look into.
I would tend to agree, and appropriately leveraged, we may be able to get the Crown to provide some funding, because I'm certain that they have questions in that same area, as would House. Damn you people putting Lyrangor in my freaking head. Yes.
They're the ones with the wheelhouses.
Yes.
If I might ask, this is a point I've been thinking about for a while. Rowan just described how she got her first mark appeared. Before we go any further, Elizabeth, Zali, how did your two marks appear?
In the Trials of Sybaris.
Oh, okay. This is you.
The common parlance is the Trial of Sybaris. Each individual house has their own methodology for those trials. They're usually a set of circumstances that would enact a stressor of some kind that would be ameliorated by the power of the mark presenting itself. In my case, I was put into a medical triage where it was grindingly brutal. There were, limbs losses. There were patients dying, and that stress over several days was enough to encourage the mark of healing to manifest itself to facilitate tending to patients and getting people well and or stable. At the earliest instance, it was more a stability thing than it was making them whole or well. But that's the future hope and goal, obviously.
All right. But that gets to my question. Why did it happen that night to all of us? To me, that doesn't make sense. I've been through far more stressful times during the war.
And that's part of the investigation into the mark that I think needs to go on. Not only do we need to understand the scope of it, and into the history of when the other marks have appeared. It's my understanding that historically they have periodically appeared and have been subsequently, as generations go forward, it wasn't so much that they appeared and there was a trial, but a lot of that history is stuff that I haven't personally researched and am familiar with. So having a mark appear under mysterious situations doesn't seem, for something new, does not seem that untoward. Based on my limited knowledge, but having it correspond so closely with the destruction of the airship raises the question about causal versus coincidental. There are stories that they are tied to divine intervention. There are stories about it being tied to draconic prophecy, or tied to the moon
I feel like you're
rising.
going on a really big tangent here.
This is something of a college lecture, of course. How does this impact what we're going to do next?
I was just curious. I was simply curious myself.
Okay.
If the next question about finding out who or what happened aboard the ship would involve speaking to the Queen.
Well, and conveniently, we have been asked to present ourselves, and it's at that point that we will potentially have an opportunity. We're going to get asked a bunch of questions, but it's at that point that we can also put ourselves forward as very interested investigators, and perhaps gain the sponsorship of the crown towards that endeavor.
That's a bold assumption when, respectfully, you haven't asked me or even Mr. Lecchiati what we want to do.
Oh, well, if you have no interest in finding out what went on and potentially how you got marked, that is certainly your choice. I assume that curiosity is rife.
If I might ask, Gross, what are your intentions and goals regarding this? I understand you are a diplomat, but that does not necessarily inform your personal needs here.
I don't have any kind of academic curiosity about the mark. If anything, I'd rather didn't have it at all. But I do, and he points to Zali, I do agree with you, Mr. Torn, on the point of possible threat to our respective lives. I don't like the idea of someone, well, in your words, fucking us in the shadows.
That's good words.
So, I would at least like to know if, well, who, if there is anyone at all, behind the bestowing of this mark, but only under the scope of, I don't much fancy being the target of some, I don't know, something that might cost me my life or my position.
Of course, and I agree. Of course, it is my idea to find these fuckers from the shadows, and see what they know and why at least this was done, even if it had nothing to do with the mark. If people are going around blowing up airships, and there's some new faction out there doing this, then that's going to also be extremely relevant to House Tarashkin Press going forward.
I also can't deny that gaining the Queen's favor is certainly within the scope of my personal goals.
It would help in the finding as well. They already have taken evidence. Some magician group of theirs ferried off the pen, if memory serves, on their Dragonhawks.
Mr. Lackyard.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the only one among us who doesn't have either a national or house-based affiliation. So your perspective is, let's say, a unique one.
Yes, and I believe from listening to everyone, it probably is. And I think you're right, Mr. Cross, that the truth is that I'm not like Mr. Cross. I'm not terribly inherently interested in where this mark came from or even why the ship was blown up. They were events that I was involved in, and I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure that really finding out those answers makes any huge difference in my life. However, as Mr. Cross also said, what I am interested in potentially is the extent of someone else's interest in why this may have happened. If there's money or influence or power or favor to be gained, well, those are the kind of things that do interest me, and that's something I can be swayed into getting on board with. So, I'm as eager as anyone to see the Queen. First and foremost, I would prefer to remain out of the papers and to stay off anyone's list for people to be questioned. So the sooner that happens, the better. If that happens to come along with a business venture that includes tracking down the cause of this unfortunate incident or the people involved, I'm happy to do that as well, as long as there's something positive for me on the other side of it. And I believe there may be.
Mr. Lackyard, as you are something of a man that enjoys personal benefits and information, let me pose you a hypothetical. Would it not be valuable to know the identities of potentially a new terrorist organization in the continent that are going around exploding airships and disrupting nobility and killing those of different houses?
Sure. I'm sure that would be terribly valuable to really just about anyone and to different people for different reasons. My personal take on it is that, well, this and really everything is that everything is a matter of effort versus reward, right? Um, how how valuable is this information going to be to me, and what do I have to do to be able to get it? So, if there's an upfront level of interest and favor and perhaps profit to be made, then it's clear for me to see what the reward is, and to be able to balance out that effort. It becomes a little riskier when I'm not sure what that reward is going to be, to dedicate my own time and safety and perhaps well-being to figuring these things out, if I'm not assured of a certain reward at the end, and I'm just kind of banking that information for hopes of a future reward.
Well, in that case, my recommendation to us is, if we're going to see the Queen about this, who already has a vested interest in finding out who did this, one, we actually know what we're going to ask for, and two, we know how we're going to argue for it, because the biggest thing that fucked us yesterday wasn't that we had the meeting, it was that all of us had completely different reasons that contradicted each other. Which is fine behind closed doors. It's going to keep fucking us in the ass if we do it in public.
Well, I'm generally one to not make many statements or explicit or committed statements unless absolutely required to in public. So you can rest assured that I will not be, hopefully, speaking out of turn during any meetings that we may have publicly.
Of course, and you are welcome to hedge your bets however you like, naturally.
Should we have our attorney set up with the Queen?
I think that would be a lovely idea.
Ambassador?
All in favor?
I'd like some time to prepare. We have the week, and even if showing up early may be a optically better choice.
Why not take a bit to rest up, actually talk to each other some more than a single breakfast?
Gather our thoughts, consult with whoever our respective allies are, who would, don't know, perhaps get to know each other a little bit better.
My only request is that we send word today saying when we're going to stop, whenever that is. We should do the Queen the respect of sending word today.
Agreed.
That's acceptable.
3 days?
Sooner the better. Because we don't know if there are other survivors. And if they present themselves before we do, we won't necessarily have an optic on who they are.
That's why I think it's best if we did it sooner rather than later.
Or alternatively, if we could put someone in court, we wouldn't necessarily have to present ourselves in that manner, but having someone in court, in the Queen's court, to, see who's getting announced, that sort of thing. Because I would imagine that there's going to be both a public and a private arrangement, that perhaps the rumors or announcements or scuttlebutt
sounds like someone's volunteering.
I have absolutely zero ability inside of that scope. None.
I, on the other hand, wouldn't mind spending a little time in and around the court to try and find such things out. This is somewhat along the lines of what I do, and it is in my best interest as I want to see these proceedings proceed as smoothly and quickly as possible. Getting a lay of the land, as it were, beforehand doesn't seem like it would hurt too much at all.
Delightful.
Perhaps you could courier our message on our behalf as your reason d'etre.
Absolutely.
I would prefer if we did it sooner rather than later, but I'm willing to go along with the group.
Yeah, 3 days is already sooner. Yeah, give him a week. A nice middle ground.
I can accept 3 days.
Let's have the attorney write a letter then saying that we'll be there in 3 days. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. But do you want to tell the?
I'm also going to suggest that we have either a standing breakfast or evening touch base. So if we run across other interesting bits of information, we can share them accordingly.
Certainly. I have to go out during the day to check in with the civis couriers, see if my message was received and if a reply was sent. But beyond that, I'm free today, past running around in some bars and listening to what rumors there are. Seeing if I can pick anything up about our potential suspects or any other survivors.
If you do have some time to spare, Mr. Torn, I'd like a word in private about a personal matter.
Of course, I'd be happy to. And do you prefer Mr. Cross? I know at Warforged it is often irregardless of model appearance. Are you simply Cross?
Just Cross will do fine.
Just Cross. Wonderful. Well, do you want to step out for something of a spot of lunch with me later then?
Well, you'll be doing the eating, but sure.
That's fine. I'm very good at that.
All right. Why don't we head to our break, and then we will have those conversations, any dealings that need to be done in the city, and possibly just sort of see what we do over the next 3 days.
Sure thing.
Ooh.
We'll be back in like 15-ish minutes when everyone gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
All right, ready when you guys are. Ludwig!
Well, yeah.
Can somebody say something so I can test my mic?
Testing, testing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Just making sure. All right, we'll get started. Ludwig will be back when Ludwig gets back. Okay. All right. So why don't we start off with our Zolly Cross little thing there, if that seems appropriate. You guys can walk out and immediately after breakfast take tea or something in one of the sitting rooms in Killian Manor or somewhere else, whatever you prefer.
Probably somewhere else.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You two set off into the city of Onder. The city is a bustle, and you can find some little Ondarian little tea place to sit and Zolly can munge and Cross can listen.
Hmm. So, once Solly gets situated and has a tea, and we'll absolutely buy some nice little pastries or whatever else, what other sweets are available.
Sure, mark off a silver.
Sure. What is on your mind, Gross?
Well, it occurred to me that out of our, say, new compatriots, you have the skill set I might need to settle a matter of a personal nature.
Hmm.
You could say it might be your most difficult find ever.
Well, I was angling for that already on people that could blow up implode an airship and then disappear without a trace and teleport away. I can have
Indeed.
some others in the running.
A little, let's see, context about me. Like all of my kind fought in the last war. And in my case, I was caught in the final cataclysm.
Hmm.
Hence my condition. But whatever happened in the morning scrambled my memory. I don't have any recollection of anything before I washed up in Carnath.
That is worrisome. So you're searching for something out of your own past, then?
Well, as a Warforged, I was owned by someone or some institution of some kind, and I would like to find out who that was or is.
Interesting. I could look into this for you, certainly. Out of character, Warforged have like a personal mark, right? The Golra.
Even I'm not sure about this.
Personal mark, you say?
Yeah, it's a rune on their forehead typically. It's engraved somewhat. So it's basically their fingerprint.
I think for the sake of the mystery of Cross,
Yeah.
that's been destroyed by the injuries. But yeah, I see this now. Yeah,
What is it
everyone
called?
report.
The Gulra, the Ghulra.
Thank you. Cool. I'm gonna look about that real quick. But yeah, go right ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's like a fingerprint. But yeah,
Yeah, it's like the Shem symbology on golems.
Cross will like lift up their hat and kind of show their forehead where it's just like melted and
Oh, that is unique. That is how Warforged are typically tracked down. Uh, you said you were in Syria, yes? During the morning?
yeah, somewhere north coast. At least I think so. Can't
Hmm.
imagine how else I ended up in Karnath.
Any personal effects? Any possessions on your person at the time?
Well, the first few days after washing up were kind of a blur, but no, nothing.
Hmm. So you awoke in Syria post-morning where the entire surrounding countryside around you is annihilated. No possessions on your person. Your personal mark burned off your face. Hmm. That is something of a puzzle for me. That is rare. I could ask around. Were there any other survivors near your space? Were there anyone else that you found?
No, when I awoke in Karnath, I was picked up by the military,
Hmm.
and that was an
Well,
unpleasant experience to say the least.
you would not have been owned by the Karnathi, so I'd assume that you were in fact owned by one of the Syrians, likely in service to one of their companies. You were a diplomat of New Syria, so I'm sure you've asked around there already. So,
I have,
hmm,
but in my experience, how do I put this gently? Seems that when Siri got obliterated, all trace of myself went with it. Even my name. I wasn't always known as Cross. This is just a identifier I picked up in the last
mhm.
few years.
Interesting. Okay. I think I could ask around. I could not guarantee a fast solution, but I have people I can check in with, people I can question, and from there I think I have leads that I could follow.
Well, that's more than I could do. It's
Mhm.
hard to pick up the pieces from zero.
I have an old friend back in Greywall, though they served in the Brailish forces. So they would not have been an old mate of yours or anything, but they might know some people that know some people that are familiar with some of the other Warforged companies. Um, I'll see if I can send him some correspondence. And beyond that, you probably want to look into Record Keeper. Uh, Unfortunately, Siri being exploded also makes that tricky. Um, hmm. I think I have a few points I'll start at. Does it sound alright? Are you offering to contract my services as a member of the Finders Guild in good faith, or are you asking this as a personal favor?
Well, which would you prefer?
Well, I would prefer that you at least cover my mail fees.
Yeah, I can do that.
CVs is very expensive.
Well, since we may end up being stuck together in some respect for a while, I'll consider this a reason to back you up or offer similar help in the future.
So, in essence, you are keeping me on retainer for the benefit of doing me a solid.
Yeah, that seems workable.
I can work with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Does anybody else? So here's what I'm thinking, and you guys let me know how you feel about it. But you guys said you wanted to take 3 days to figure yourselves out before we go. I figured we could, and I don't imagine this will work exactly like Downtime does in other games, as this is a much more intentional game. But we could still sort of fast forward the next 3 days and have everybody get into their various things they want to do, if that works for everybody.
There are a couple things I might want to do.
Okay, let's do that. So, is anything that you have to do, and is it informed by anything else that anybody else could do? Like, say, Holden goes to court and finds something special there. Would that inform anything that you have to do?
Well, one thing would just be like message my father back in Carnath about give him an update about myself. I could do that with Rowan's help. She offered it.
Okay, so one of the things you want to do is mail your father. So I'm gonna say hold on to that, and you can do that in the epistolary phase next session, because that's what the epistolary phase is for, is to do mail essentially. So is there anything else that you'd like to do over the course of the next 3 days?
One thing I like to do is visit Lady Madani again real fast.
Your lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. And it's worth noting that I'm going to have stuff that is going to occur for you guys as well. I have things that are going to come up. It's not just purely you guys, but I do want to, see how things are going. You find Marina de Madani, who is hard at work, as usual. Her the other House Madani members are gone. It's just her in the room, along with her usual clerks who are working away. And she will welcome you into her office and say, hello, Mr. Erdrager, or Lord Erdrager, excuse me. What is it that I could do for you? Is everything okay?
Well, everything should be fine. But now he closes the door. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to sit and speak with you about a thing or two. First of all, I've put in a good word for you about people I've seen around town, so that's one thing. That's one thing.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ludwig.
Welcome. And second of all, when the main thing I wanted to speak about, when you shared when I opened my mind to you with your dragon walk, how much did you see?
I saw quite a great bit. It allows me to detect a great deal about a person. It's fairly obviously invasive, but it usually is surrounded by what is most pressing on the mind of the individual. So for all of you, it was mostly pointed towards the events of the Golden Dragon in the last couple of days.
Anything beyond that for me? Further back than that.
Make me a persuasion check to see if she's willing to be honest about that.
Okay. 12. I'm going to use inspiration here.
Sure.
14.
14?
Oh, wait. I have... wait. Before you tell me the results...
Yeah.
Wait, I have another feature of my Battlemaster, commanding presence.
Hey, all right, go for it.
A superior die to add that to the roll.
Fantastic.
A performance persuasion. It should be... Okay, the maneuver, it should be...
It's commanding presence, isn't it?
Commanding presence. It's a 1d8. Okay. Let's do the 8. I almost forgot about these.
No problem.
Really useful. Yeah,
very useful.
7, so 21.
21. There you go. You get the sense she seems reluctant, not because like she's conniving or anything like that, but just because it's obviously a little bit awkward to speak of. But she does, and she says, "Well, if I could be specific, the ability that I used specifically, it allows me to learn about your emotions and your reasoning skills and." Again, as I said, mostly what looms largely on your mind. So I learned a lot about, the people that you're working with, the events themselves as they occurred, and um, uh, I learned a great deal, Mr. Ludwig. I hope you don't feel deceived in any way. It was never my intention.
I don't. It's not about deception. That's all. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering how much you learned about the situation with myself and my family.
Oh, um, like I said, it's mostly about what's most initially blooming. I did feel that there was. I think you have a lot of tension with one of your brothers. I think is one thing that popped up. I don't know the exact situation and what was most pressing on your mind at the time, but I definitely felt that behind everything.
Let's see. Do I believe her?
Make me an insight check.
22.
22. That's actually really good. You get the sense in this moment she's not. She could have been a little more persuasive, but you do catch the earnestness behind her voice. She rolled really badly. And as a reminder, and I think across my games, it's not going to be like a you don't know anymore. It's going to be like you either get the right information or the misinformation. But you believe Ludwig believes her.
Okay. Believes that. Well, that's good. That's good to know. All you need to know about. Well, thank you. It's Lady Madani. Ryan, what's her first name again?
It's Marina. If you hop into the,
Oh, I see.
I'm happy to. I'm gonna try and continually repost the handouts so everyone knows who they're talking to and their names and everything. So that should be her handout should be popped up right now. Marina Madani.
Oh, thank you. Marina, if I may call you that?
Of course.
There is a great deal of tension between my brothers and I right now. It's everyone I don't need to tell you that everyone lost something in the last war.
Yeah, no kidding.
Some more than others. My family lost some things in their own, but we've all lost things in our own way. And that has left a ripple effect in my family.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
And all you need to know, and some of that matter is just, it's simply sensitive, and it's not something I just want hanging. The exact details is something I just want hanging about.
I understand. Well, as your lawyer, I must be confidential, regardless if I learned anything or not. My loyalty is to my clients first, and law. So you can be assured that anything that has been shared will remain strictly between me and you, Lord Dreger. Ludwig, if I call you that.
You're welcome to. And it's complicated. It's a mess. It's such a mess. But thank you. Also,
well, let me know if I can be of any help. I don't know how, but let me know.
Well, matter of fact, we can be of help right now as well. We've spoken again, this group, and decided that we majority of us wish to speak with the Queen in about 3 days' time.
I see. 3 days time.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you could have that message sent over to the Queen's court that will be over there by then, it would be most helpful.
Clerk, send a missive right away.
Thank you. And
should I will be I will say who all of your names, and I will say that you are survivors of the attack and that you will be at court in 3 days.
Yes, thank you. But you'd be welcome to join us along as well.
If that is what you would all want. And she'll go into her desk and she'll take out 2 letters. And she'll say, I don't know if you'll see them before I do, but if you could hand these to your companions, and she'll hand you one that's addressed to Zolly and one that's addressed to Elizabeth.
I see. Are they sealed?
They're sealed. Yes, they're wax sealed.
Like, seal's not broken. It's good on you.
Well, they're my letters, so.
Your letters. I'm sorry. I remember now. Yes, they have trouble.
Yes.
And one last thing before I go. If I so chose to speak with the Carnathi ambassador and tell him what happened to me before the Queen, how much trouble would I be in, legally or otherwise?
The events of the Golden Dragon?
Yes.
If you spoke to the Carnathi
ambassador.
Yes, excuse me. Sorry. Yes, the Carnathi ambassador about what has occurred. I don't imagine it would put you in harm's way. I mean, as I've determined, you're, at least legally speaking, you and Lady Decaneth and Mr. Cross and Mr. Lackyard are all innocent, and that has been held up under the scrutiny of a detect thought. And it sounds like, from your accounts, zone of truth. I don't imagine it would go poorly at all. It might even be good to do so, just in case. If you thought it necessary to alert the government to your current situation.
I thought it would do me good. Do you think, but as a political matter, do you think it would upset the Queen?
Well, you are loyal to the Carnathi people before the Ondarian people. I don't think she'd think anything of it. I can't claim to know the Queen's mind, but I think it would be unusual for the Queen to be upset by a Carnathian citizen speaking to the Carnathian ambassador. It makes sense. I imagine she probably expected that you would. But again, I can't implore enough. I'm not a politician. I'm a lawyer.
So more knowledgeable than most.
Well,
you're probably more knowledgeable than me, certainly, in both those fields.
If I may say so, Ludwig, I do disagree. I'm actually quite impressed by your tact in the political field. You have more care in your way of maneuvering than most that I meet. So I would beg to differ.
Lady Madani, now you're just flattering me.
I'm just calling it as I see it.
I might try to have dinner with the ambassador, try to give him an update. Might try something like that. But I'll try to find a way to compensate both you and your firm and your good clerks out there. I know you don't. I know you did pro bono, but as a matter of honor, I'll figure something out for all of you.
Well, for whatever reason, this morning, actually, quite a few new clients have come through the door. So this is all paying off just fine. I mean it when I say that it was pro bono. I am very happy to hold up that end of the deal. But thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, Madani, may you have a wonderful day. And he'll bow and see his way out with the letters.
And you too, Ludwig, as you meander out.
Mm-hmm. Do I hear the clerk say anything as I'm leaving?
Hi. They're not on. There's no phones, right? So they're not on phone calls or anything. They're mostly just like scribbling away at paperwork. It's not like they're not like. Oh, this isn't like the. Yeah, this isn't like
I was
the.
wondering if there was like rumor mill whispering among them, but all right.
Not right now. They're part of like the boss ladies in the office in her glass office. They can see them if they're slacking off. Did you see one of the clerks seems to be talking to some person you never met before? And they're like, they were talking about. I'm telling you, it's an infringement on my property. It is.
Okay.
Well, I will speak to the Lady Madonna immediately about this.
Their heads are down and hard at work. I see.
Yeah, they're hard at work, but yeah, one of them does seem to be, and like very nicely dressed, seems to be talking to this new client of the noble class, which is pretty cool.
Nice, excellent. I'll see my way out and head back to Rowan's place and leave the letters for Zali and Elizabeth.
Fantastic. And I'll just tell you now, Zolly and Elizabeth, what the letters say. It's essentially information regarding your personal cases for the night of the lockdown, your personal other legal matters. It's basically stating that basically the legal teams of your personal houses have reached out to her to basically take part in dealing with those things, and that they are aiming to settle before going to trial. They don't want something about the houses don't want to be put on display for illegal action, and they're probably going to try and make settlements before going to trial. And if you have any questions regarding that situation, feel free to drop by and ask any questions you like.
Okay.
Cool. Sweet. Yeah, we'll just bounce around because there's, I'm sure, lots to do over the next 3 days. And I'll stick my own little things in there when in between. Who would like to go next?
I can jump on Liz's. Liz's is pretty self-contained.
Sure. Got it.
And it's going to be a investigation by identify to try to get a handle on what the scope of the new mark is. Can we determine the tierage of spells that are associated with it?
Got it.
And that sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe an Arcana check.
I'm gonna spend that because I want a better result than that.
Fair enough.
13.
You learn, just like any other dragon mark, they have a lot of similarities to other dragon marks. They are capable of up to the 5th level of spell. What spells those are, you do not know. And it's you know that there's more to be learned. There's a ton more to be learned. The one other thing I'll give you as you're beginning to learn is that they do seem to be somewhat connected in a immaterial kind of way. It seems that their developments are linked. So while you're developing yours, Elizabeth, it does relate to the rest of them. More than that, you don't know, but you do know that there's quite a great deal more to be learned. But after more research, you might learn more.
Okay, fair enough.
Cool. Okay, sweet. I will say, Elizabeth, for Otto's sake, he does pop by every now and then, gives you like a progress update, and he's hard at work. He does ask you at some point, like, if you want this to be kept more on the down low, like, he recommends it. That this is.
I don't think anybody but myself, you, the madam, and the donor really need to be additionally informed. and the donor needs very limited information.
Understood. And he's going hard to work, and he certainly has his ways of ensuring things are kept on the down low and that things aren't kept to the public. And he's keeping it nice on the down low. And he, at the end of the 3 days, he is happy to inform you that he actually has a meeting about funding to do with this with the High Seneschal here in on Dare, which is a good sign. It means they're taking it pretty seriously.
There is one other thing across those 3 days.
Sure.
Assuming that we have some kind of communal mealtime of some kind. I want to try to get a visual memory for both Ludwig and Holden, where they're looking good, they're well dressed, they've been cleaned up, that sort of thing.
Got it.
And to facilitate Otto as he's having those discussions, I will encode that memory via encode thought, so he has it, so he can deliver it as inducement, because they're looking their very best.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, he'll cool use of the spell. I mean, that's the use of the spell, but still, it's very cool. He'll happily take some code thoughts, and he will say that helps. And he's going to continue to look around, and reminds you that if you have any specific stipulations about what you would like, he calls them donors, the prospective women. He says if you have any specifics about, racial, magical, any kind of specifics for the donors, to let him know.
I'm not aware of any preferences that they may have, or
he goes, "Oh, right, of course, for their preferences, not for scientific preferences, of course." Yes, right. I'll take that into consideration. And he'll run off. He definitely meant like scientifically. Would you want to be like a half elf, or a changeling? Let's see how that works out. But yeah, he runs off, and he'll.
We first round we got to work with kind of bog standard.
Yeah, he says
I need to get them involved.
Yeah, he will say from my research, or just from what little I know, is that the dragon marks usually transfer racially the best. So I am going to start with human women, just to start, just to make just to
fewer
start.
variables.
Exactly, fewer variables. And he will. He says I could always try and set one of them up with a human and another one with an elf, and you have two different specimens. But I'll do humans for now. And he'll run off, and he'll try and organize some human donors.
Surrogates. We'll use the word surrogates. That's perhaps a little easier.
Much more clinical. Yes. And he will indeed go look for surrogates. There we are. Okay, fantastic. Who's up next?
Sully has a few things on the docket. First off, last sessions he sent a letter to Magram Torn, the Thoros.
Yes.
She would swing by the Civis offices and I guess check to see if a response was sent.
The letter, you ended up using Civis, if I'm not mistaken, yeah?
Correct. Okay,
let me go find that. I admit I think that slipped through my fingers a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, damn, I don't think I took track of that. My apologies. Do you still perhaps have...
Pretty sure I sent it to you through the Zoom.
Through Zoom, okay. Do you know what the contents were? It's okay if it's the contents are generally simple. Just informing them of the situation, right?
It was informing her of the situation, as well as affirming her loyalty as a member of Clan Torn, and also asking her advice on how to proceed.
Understood. Easy enough. Yeah, my apologies. That would have come to you in the epistolary phase, and yeah, I'll give you the response on that. I think you would simply get that House Torn is thankful for your loyalty, and that a representative will be sent to come meet with you personally.
Okie dokie.
And will be. So that's all. Say give it a couple of days, and I remember, yeah, like I just said.
Alrighty. Beyond that, she would be just during that first day, true to her word, would approach Rowan at some point regarding that drink and that talk.
So yeah, there's going to be dinner every night. The times were sent out, so if you want to meet for meals at Killian Estate, you absolutely can. And she'll be ready with drinks afterwards.
Yeah.
On any given night that anyone can be there. So there will hopefully be lots of time for conversation.
Mr. Kenneth, do you have time to show me your mixology skills?
Oh yeah. And I don't want to make like a flair bartender show of it. Not that much. But if we can pull it back just to really competent, the awesomeness should be in the drink itself. Yeah. Because we're going to be using the alchemy kit to make it something. I don't know. What do you want? Whiskey?
Could you do an old-fashioned?
Right. She's going to do a smoked old-fashioned.
Oh, yeah. Where they, like, fire up the wood over to the smoke go through?
Yep.
Very cool. Right, so, and Zelly will pluck it up and kind of give it a little sniff and then a very careful sip. Do you, you want to know my grievances regarding House Kenneth entirely? Is it correct?
Yeah. Clearly there's a problem, and the Baroness asked me to ask.
All right. It is something of a long one. So I apologize in advance if I get too wordy or if I seem as if I am ranting. It is not my intention. As we have gone through the city, I've seen a number of things. I've seen airships coasting through the sky. I have seen the lightning rail passing through town. I have seen cleansing stones, street corners and in establishments to clean your hands. I have seen the Warforged. I have seen magical items and equipment and mass-produced wands that the guards use to create light spells. And I am of the understanding that most of this is, at some point or another, Canis work. I have also heard of larger things. I've heard of weapons of war, of colossuses, of things that fueled the last war to a point of excess and loss and death that boggles my mind. And is someone from the backwoods of the Rome and the Shadow Marches, where those niceties do not exist, and my first exposure to your house as such, I grew to know your house and your people, not face to face and not through the kindnesses of your creations, but rather through sifting through the wake of what your war machines helped create in search of survivors. Like people who hired for rescue missions, for retrieval, for finding people lost behind enemy lines, or dragging some lost noble's son who got in too deep back home. And that is my experience with your house. And as I come to these more civilized lands, regardless of what I have seen, your house is still widely regarded as one of the most powerful in the world, beyond even most of the dragon marks. There is no equation in that of balance that I find. So I do not trust House Kenneth, typically. This is a very nice house, and it was built and lived in while the war was still afoot, and while Kenneth creations were still sent to the front line.
Okay.
It is not the only house I have issues with, but it is certainly one of them. Does not mean I have a grudge or ill will to you specifically. It does not mean that I think it is somehow a good thing that Sir Killian passed or is missing, either one or the other. I do not celebrate in any harm brought to you or yours, but I do not trust them.
I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm getting all this. So everything you've mentioned would be before the Treaty of Thronehold.
Correct. Or after, in some cases.
So where have you encountered the war machine since Thronehold?
It's only been a few years.
It's been 2 years, and so I'm asking in the last 2 years.
I have not.
Have you encountered them?
I have mostly just found scars from the war itself.
It's difficult to make apologies for things that happened before I was born or before I was marked, right?
It is, and
I wasn't raised in privilege. And my family's experiences with the house are not the war machines that you know of. I can tell you philosophically, and just by philosophy, the original goal was to save human life, to save the lives. Clearly, we failed in that. I would like to think, and maybe I'm wrong in this, I'd like to think there's a different way forward for Kenneth.
I hope there is. And as you say, this is old history. It is older than you having your mark. It is older than me being born. Right? It is complicated. It is muddled. It is complex. And I sincerely hope that you are correct, that there is a different path forward for your house. And that maybe, as you are coming up in it, you help cause that. But it is also important to remember that many of these creations in peace were funded by creations sold for war. Most other houses profiteered off it the same. You're not the only ones, but we all have something of a burden to bear on that front.
You do. Look, all I ask is judge with your eyes what you see in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Historically, we're in a different moment.
We are, but this moment right now, I see the house that won.
Was there a house that won?
Yes.
I would like to do.
Can we
Owen,
get-
you do a history check, please.
That's not bad. 18 plus 4, 22.
22. You've been at school and you're not like a major expert on House Cannith. Like you've been dragon marked and you've been busy in the war. But one thing that is certain is that House Cannith got pulverized by the morning. Their primary holdings, the majority of the creation forges of the Warforged that exist, I think it was like their home bastion, like their ancestral home was all destroyed, along with the house matriarch and his closest kin, and I think the heir to the House Cannith patriarch. So a great deal of House Cannith holdings were destroyed, and now the house is splintered between 3 prospective new leaders. So while House Cannith was indeed at the height of prominence around the end of the last war, they are definitely not the most powerful dragon marked house any longer.
Yeah.
Close, but not any longer. And they lost a lot. You personally lost a lot.
You can't be suggesting that Cannith won the war.
I don't think it is the only one that did, but I still think it is. Yes.
A house is divided in 3.
So he's mine. We couldn't shake hands on that one.
Our holdings, almost the creation forges, everything is lost, but you think House Cannith won. That is an interesting take on the war.
Who would you consider the most powerful houses are? The largest ones, the ones most important to everything still working? The ones governments rely on?
All of them. Governments rely on all of us. That's what we do. We support the freaking house. They rely on all of us.
We find lost things and help source dragon shards as a matter of supply. Important, yes. Powerful, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You keep the rail running.
Important, yes.
I do not see an equivalence in that.
I hate to keep doing this to you, Zali. I'm not trying to steer in one way or the other, but I actually no, Zali. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to both of you because both of you would know. I'd like you to roll an Arcana check on what exactly dragon shards are used for. That House Thrash gets most of their business out of.
I know what they do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What roll was this again, please?
Arcana.
Yeah, I can still roll if you like.
Yep. If you want to know, if you want Zali to maybe know about it.
18.
18?
12.
A 12. So obviously lower DC for you, Zali, so I'm going to give you both the information. There's a number of uses of dragon shards, but they are the primary power source as one of their uses for the elemental bindings on airships, for the lightning rail, for House Orion's, again, elementally bound courier caravans. Yeah. So Zali's people sell the batteries so Cannith can do what they do.
Right.
Correct.
So it's still As a matter of systems, right? If you need all the pieces. If one of the pieces isn't there, it doesn't work, and what is it exactly that you want, Zali?
Personally, I'd like my house to be viewed in the same regard. I'd like my clan to be viewed in the same regard as other houses. By and large, we are not. We are people coming in from out of town with dust in our boots to go and find things for people that need them. That is much of the view of us. We are strange outlanders. We are foreigners. We are exotic. And not all houses have that same treatment. Not you, not the Naeth, not Medani, not Tarasco. It is simply a difference of origin, I suppose. And that does make me very frustrated some days. That I am still powerful, I am important. I'll not say my house is a little nothing or anything, but we are still not treated in the same regard. There are levels of power and hierarchy and success. We supply the parts to keep the machine turning, but you get to sort of pick how it's designed. And I hope you do design it well. I genuinely hope that what you hope for comes to pass. It's just tricky for me to have optimism, I suppose, about Kenneth at large. I do hope that we, you and I, can work well together regardless of this.
I don't see why we can't. If you ever have a grievance that can actually be addressed by a member of Kenneth West, I hope you will bring it to us.
I don't think they can be. It is more societal grievances based on the structure of power, and that is not something for you to fix for me or for yours to fix for me. It is not something to toss money at. It is just something to work towards rebuilding or disrupting or changing in whatever ways we can.
Okay. While we are working together, can we agree to be respectful of each other's houses? Because I've not offered you any disrespect, nor have I offered your house any disrespect.
I will do my utmost. I am not as filtered as some of the others. Typically, the means of solving an argument or a grievance, what I have spent most of my days, involves a particularly messy pit where you can still find some teeth in the sand. Which is not ideal, but it is simpler. So I'm trying to learn the steps of the dance that you have here, and I will do my best to work with it.
Okay. Zolly, you will indeed, during perhaps day 3, find yourself confronted by a most unusual member of Clan de Torn of House Thrash. She is pretty heavily make-upped. She has small lower canines, even for a half-orc. Clearly a half-orc because she is dainty. Surprisingly dainty for your House Thrash. She has some tattoos over her arms, which are they have an elegance to them, but most of them are skillfully hid underneath a sleeved dress. Her hair is done up very well. There are influences and nods to Thrashk and the Wilder Drome, but clearly someone who has a little bit more, who dances a little better in this setting. Um, she has red eyes, and as she sees you, her posture, she like walks through the streets with an elegance, but as she sees you, her posture kind of drops into more of a slump. She like takes out a smoke and like lights it up. She
That's bad.
says, what was that?
That's bad.
No, it's just I think I'm in company that can be a little more normal, except for these stingy Ondarians.
By all means, then smoke away.
I am Minister Sheena de Torn, house consultant, but please just call me Shaina.
Shaina, it's good to meet you. Please help me navigate this mess of things. This is all very twisty and turvy in ways I cannot track through. I'm more used to actual tracks than politics and strings and all the other attachments.
You know, I probably have the shittiest job in all House Thrashk, which is to try and make our hunters and finders into something possibly presentable at court. So buckle up, princess, because we're going to try and turn you into a lady.
Okay. Is the clan demands.
Oh boy. And there will be a little bit of like she'll get started, and like the moment you sit down, she starts trying to teach you. She's like, shoulders off the table. Come on, this one you gotta know. And starts like showing, like teaching you little things here, like going. She goes, these people, the Five Nations, they care a lot about manners. And not being too mean. So, whereas back at home, you solve the problem by breaking a nose, here you solve a problem by passive aggression and the other shit. So, let's take this one part at a time. You have some problems. I was informed that you were caught breaking into somewhere of importance.
In Erdok, yeah.
In Erdaka?
Mhm.
Doesn't seem that bad.
Oh, well, the ship had imploded recently. I did not do that, but my things were still in the dock, and I was also hoping to get some additional information on the hows and whys of said implosion.
Well, that explains that. I still have to go speak with our legal team who's talking to this Madani person you've decided to hang out with. But yeah, we'll get to work on it. But is there any initial questions you'd like to ask before we get into the nitty gritty of, putting on your eyeliner, right?
Right. How are things back in the homeland, in Shadow Marches and Drone? Are things still stable? Is work going well?
She like ashes her cigarette a little bit. She goes, from what I hear, it's business as usual, pretty much. There's a little bit of curiosity about everything happening up here. Rumors are beginning to spread around about a member of our house being involved in an airship crash, and so here I am. But generally, things go well. We continue to do business with Thrain, outsourcing monstrous labor to the other Five Nations, and Dragon Shards aplenty, Finders Guild, competing with Deneth Inquisitives as always. It's which is what surprises me. Why are you hanging out with Madanis? They're inquisitives, aren't they?
They are, or at least with their legal offices. But you see this mark?
Oh, look at that, huh? I thought I heard something. I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes.
It just sort of popped up after the ship, and there's a gaggle of other people just as confused as I am, forming their own ways to cope with this. And one of them lawyered up with Madani, and there's some expectation of staying as a pack.
Fair enough. I suppose if you all have the mark, it makes sense.
Well,
So what's the plan?
well, my plan is to try and find out the where of where people went after they destroyed the ship, and see what is going on with this mark, and if we can leverage that into a finder's contract with the Queen on there to actually locate them, all the better.
All right, there is a first lesson. You need to think less like a ranger for a little bit and more like a. She says like basically the orcish word for like like peacock essentially. She says you need to think more like these Ondarians. You need to figure yourself out, get yourself out of trouble before you can be doing any actual finding. But I like it so far. Good plan so far.
Well, how would you recommend that I get myself out of trouble? Should I
Well,
be
it
waiting
tells.
things out? Should I be talking to someone different? Should I be?
I have to speak to the lawyers about that, but they seem to have it in their mind. They want to basically buy a settlement out with whatever. I will give you credit. This Madani person's pretty smart. She basically wants to try and leverage your talents, your ability to. Right? Yeah, I'm told that you got pretty far in. Isn't that right?
Oh yeah, I got up to the roof.
Oh, good. She wants to essentially tell the prosecutor, do you really want the world to know that on theirs elite military got infiltrated by one member of House Tharash? Is that really what you want to tell the people? Why don't we settle this before going to trial? So that's probably what we're going to do. It'll cost the house a bunch of money, but it gets you out of trouble and it keeps us out of embarrassment. You'll probably have to sign a non-disclosure.
Oh sure. What am I not disclosing?
That you broke into a airship field and almost hoodwinked all of them?
Oh, sure. I suppose I can simply not talk about that one.
Yeah. So what do we do about this? And she'll go on and you guys could just talk about everything. But is there any, and she's basically going to tell you she's going to stay in town in the House Tharash conclave. And she's basically going to be your representative from House Tharash for the duration of this, and whatever help, whether it's important errands. Basically, she's consider me House Tharash, and I will support you in whatever advice or goings on you require.
Zali has some question and some information. On the latter end, she wants to be sure that Baron Thornblade and then Cool Lady that gave speech.
Cool Lady who gave speech.
Cora.
Yeah.
Cora.
Yeah, Kara. Yeah, there's a Kara, then there's also a Tala, and then there's also a Sierra. Yeah, Kara.
Yeah, sorry.
Are kind of Zali's main suspects.
Mm-hmm.
So she's making sure that House Tharash is aware of them.
Yeah, I think it is a good angle. We'll start looking around for this Kara Bath.
Mm-hmm. Beyond that, there was a pen used at the ship by Lavendar. I'm hoping that we can get our hands on it eventually. We think it might have something to do with how targets were selected. Simply making you informed on that front. I don't expect you to have an in with Lavendar, but if you maybe arrange a meeting, that would be excellent.
She is requesting anyone come forward who has the ability who knows something about it. I expect you would have more luck than I would, but I can always go with you as an advisor for, when everything goes down.
If you could, yes.
Yeah, I'll be there.
On that note, what is the feeling of the house in regards to trying to land a contract here with the Queen?
I'll be honest, it seems that quite a few important people have shown up to show their interests. I get the sense that they're not necessarily here more are they here to check out this new dragon mark everyone's been talking about?
Who all has shown up?
And at which point we'll swap to Holden because he's about to find out, I'm sure. And yes, you'll get this information, as I assume all of you will get the information. So Holden, it sounds like you've been designated as the super round court person.
Yep, sounds that way.
All right, perfect segue into that. So that's how you're going to dedicate your next 3 days?
Yeah, I'm going to spend some time trying to gather information in and around the court area, and hopefully Pestle is near the light rails station, working that end of it.
Yep.
I don't know what the atmosphere in and around the court is like. If this is something I can kind of cruise through freely, if I need to sneak in, if I need to create some credentials.
So sneaking in is, well, let me ask you, how do you intend to get into the court? Because it's probably not impossible. It's probably not even that hard considering her recent call. Let me ask you this very, very, maybe it might save us some time. What's your first approach? Do you go to the door and introduce yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I think is certainly in this instance, and in most instances, unless there's a specific reason not to, he's always going to take the path of least resistance. So if it's the kind of thing where he can just, where it looks like he can walk up and kind of glean the information that he's looking for without ruffling any feathers or taking any risks, then yeah, that's certainly going to be the first approach.
Fantastic. So you go up to the door, you introduce yourself as Holden Lackyard. I'm going to send you a quick message. I just want to...
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you go to the door, and most importantly, are you well dressed?
Yeah, I mean, he's not, like gala dressed, but he's dressed in like nice clothing. Holden generally dresses fairly nicely unless he's purposely dressing down for a different identity.
So you'd be in what we would consider fine clothing.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So you're in fine wear. You introduce yourself as Holden Lackyard, and you see that they take out like a scroll and look down and look at you and say, right this way, Mr. Lackyard. And the guards will indeed easily allow you into the court. It seems that you're on the list, whatever that means. You indeed enter into the first of the party members to enter into the true royal court of Ondair. It is opulent. It is everything you'd expect from the Victorian England sort of royal palace, as you might imagine. Maybe slightly less than you might have imagined it to be, but still quite opulent. Big, beautiful red velvet throne with golden filigree. It's true. But like the court is full of people. And you are welcomed inside. And you will be sort of presented to the court. Now entering a Mr. Holden Lackyard, member of the Golden Dragon attendance. And a lot of heads, more heads than you're ever comfortable with, Holden. A lot of very important heads turn in your direction and watch with interest as you enter the court. Whispers immediately begin to pop around here and there. You find yourself in a position, Holden. I want you to roll me... I'll let you choose. you can either make me a history check or a performance check to behave with expected etiquette.
I'm going to go with performance.
Okay. If, of course, you think Holden would know how to behave with etiquette.
Yeah, I mean, I think he and what he doesn't know, I think he's probably like ad hoc analyzing, like as he walks in.
Got it.
That was a natural 20 for a 25.
Holden, you apparently, because you know, from your past, maybe there was some study of proper etiquette, which at whatever time you knew would be immensely important to move around in these areas and be believed to be able to move around these presents. So in this moment, your back straightens, one of your hands goes behind your back, and you walk with a slow, measured step as you move forward. And there, people look around. You look like you belong here in this moment. Maybe you like run your hand back through your hair to like slick it back in that moment and just kind of move forward with elegance. And you approach the throne, where you do indeed see for the first time in a while. They're all spread amongst there, so there's a number of them. But I'm going to start posting handouts of who you see. First and foremost, most prominently in the center of the room is none other than Queen Orala Irwinarn, Queen of Onder, Her Royal Majesty, fifth monarch of the sovereign nation of Onder, sits upon her throne, as always, in a beautiful, beautiful dress with her large crown with golden wings representing the eagle of Onder. She sits and watches you approach. You undoubtedly make a very elegant Ondarian-style bow, which is performed precisely. And you will see amongst the crowd that there are other individuals present. You see, sitting at her side, of course, is Prince Consort Sasek de Vidalis. That. And you also see amongst the crowd is Governor Orad Irwinarn, and of course Prince Adel Irwinarn, just to mention the names you would recognize off the bat. But you are, of course, but they're in the crowd, so they're of less importance in this moment. What's most important is that the Queen is staring you down. What do you do? Or you, of course, wait to speak when spoken to in the presence of royalty. And she says, I do believe I saw you dancing on the night of the most heinous tragedy, didn't I? With the person in question responsible for this attack.
He smiles kind of warmly and comfortably, part of the performance, and says, I am flattered to have been noticed, Your Majesty. It is true. I was, at the time, not aware of who the young lady was and had never met her before. She'd seen me dancing with somebody else and asked if I couldn't repeat the performance to some degree with her. I'm rarely one to turn down a good dance, especially at such a grand party. My apologies for the way that the night ended.
Give me a persuasion check.
$17.
17. You see her eyes glance around the room a little bit before returning to you. It would be improper to sort of look where her eyes are aiming, so you do not look. It might even be embarrassing to do so, to take your eyes off of her at this moment. But she sort of looks at you and says, then, as I had said during my proclamation, you are most welcome at court, Mr. Lackyard. You'll excuse me for saying so, but you have a most unusual last name for a dragon-marked heir.
That
I... Oh, please go ahead.
Oh no, that is correct. I've just most recently become Dragonlord, and if you'll permit,
Words. You say that, and the cards. Words kind of begin to spread here and there of like, what? Just recently, and she says, I see.
yes, Your Majesty. It is. I come with word from the group of people, a number of us who now bear a similar mark. We were asked to, all of us individually, were asked to appear before you. We will be doing so as a group, and I'm sure that as a group, we will be happy to explain everything that has transpired in the in the night of, and in the wake of the tragedy. It was not my intention today to seek audience with you, although, of course, I am most honored to be in front of you now and to be speaking with you. But I simply meant to arrive to kind of gauge the temperature of the courtroom, as it were, and honestly, out of interest in what the proceedings might be outside of our individual and group participation. I'm assuming that there's quite an effort going on to get to the bottom of the events that evening, and I must tell you, it really has piqued my own curiosity. I'm afraid to admit that I thought I might find some tasty hints here, if you don't mind my saying.
That is entirely the reasoning for my summons. That we might all come together and better understand what has happened, share our knowledge, and move forth to ensure that this villain can be brought to justice for all of our sakes and for those who have been lost. And she will sort of wave her hand as if to dismiss you. She's done with the conversation. And you may bow lowly. I'm just because we're running out of time. Next session we are going to finish this up, Holden, because a lot of stuff's about to come your way. You're the first person on the scene. You've got a new dragon mark. You're new at court. There's a lot of things that people want. Like, people are very interested in you. Want to talk to you. You're the foot in the door for people who might want to found your house. So we're going to come back to you. But in the meantime, Cross, I want to wrap up with you, my friend. I mean, we missed. Sorry, there's a lot to be catched here. We need to hit you as well, Rowan. We're going to wrap this up next session as well. We're going to just keep going, but I wanted to. I guess I'm selecting you, Cross. What would you like to do?
I kind of wanted to do what Zai did and like check in to see if I got a reply from Prince Orgev, but if that needs to wait till next week, then next session, I guess.
Understood. Was that one by I thought that was House Orion. Was that House Civis that you sent that by?
That was just a normal postal service.
Yeah, that'll take a minute, unfortunately. Okay, but I will let you know when it arrives. Yeah,
that's fine. Otherwise, I sort of wanted to talk to Holden. They're already at court, so I guess I'll have to wait.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Holden's gonna have a lot to bring back because you're gonna be you're becoming the face a little bit here in this moment. You're the party's first. Hello. But so we'll come back to you then next week, Cross. Yeah. Rowan, would you like to end us off with if you can't get it all in now, it's fine. But yeah, how would you like to? Anything you'd like to do?
So, some of what's most immediate, she wants to talk to the accountant, to the lawyer. She wants to learn as much as she can about how to make the house work, make sure that people are happy. She might investigate subtly, not wanting to offend anybody, like what he said, the wages are good. Are the wages good? What is the general happiness of the staff? Does anybody need anything in particular? And she would go see Jorlana and try to figure out what is expected of her right now. She's just going to invest in her own house and hopefully someone will ask her to go find her uncle instead of just assuming he's dead.
Okay. Got it. So this will take the majority of your time because, like, this is a large manor to be run, and to get your finger on the pulse of everything going on here, from accounting to the legalities to everything, it's gonna take the 3 days at least. Why don't you make me an investigation check to see how intensely you come to understand the logistics of the manor?
Bad. You said investigation?
Yes.
12.
12. You're an amazing artist. You're very, very good at building. You're very intelligent. You went to school to advance your learning in the tinkerer field. And you're very, very good at that. Accounting and legals and paperwork, this is a little outside of your expertise, apparently, at least in this moment. Not for all time, but in this moment. Where you've never, like, it's a little like, you're very rich. So you're very rich, you're very smart. So it's like, oh, I went to Weinarn University for 4 years, and I'm like a trained, like, how hard can it be to run a house? After 3 days, you're like, it is so hard to run a house. And I will say this, your chief steward does his best to kind of help you out. Like, he's got to run the house. He's a little busy, but he does his best to help you. Like, he can help you with, like, little things here and there, but he can't sit with you for hours and hours and hours and hours on end. But in the end, Rowan, you don't understand a lot of it, but what you seem to get the sense of is that the books are being kept pretty well. People are being paid for. There's lots of money in the account to pay for all the people who are working here. Even if there was no money coming in, which is true, technically speaking, in this moment, the house could still run for a very long time before new income would need to be coming in. So Killian's left the place in pretty good repair. So you're not going to have to worry about the estate for a long time. But as for your meeting with Jorlana, she'll simply say, like, how did it go? Basically with your group, and essentially is very interested in, like, the politics of your group. And she's like, so where is the apprehension, and help me understand, how can I be of service to help this?
Deeply unserious.
Deeply what?
Deeply unserious.
Unserious.
So Zali does not like House Cannith because her house is not as well regarded publicly. It started as a grievance about the war machines, but nothing since Thronehold. So really, she's angry because she's not us. I don't know what the ambassador's problem is. He stayed elsewhere. Holden has a good head on his shoulders. He's Ludwig, although I don't know much about him. Liz is a Juraska.
So it sounds to me that...
talking to people.
Understood. So it seems to me that the people of your group who are apprehensive to House Cannith are those who do not come from a dragon marked, or if they do, a dragon marked, not a five-nation-y one, so to speak. Perhaps I might propose that it doesn't sound like there will be much negotiating with this Zali in character. I don't really... I could try and think of something, but I do not know much about this Cross individual, but being a warforged, I can make my guesses, and that's nothing that we're going to deal with, but we need to move fast if we want Cannith to support. I could pose to you, if you think it's possible, to encourage a vote. If you can get your other 3 members on board, you would outvote the other two.
Maybe. Worth trying.
It's difficult to... I can only imagine that the diplomat cross, it could be because they're a warforged, I presume, and they might have untoward feelings about Kenneth and their creators. Is that the best guess I can make?
He has not yet said anything to me. I am hoping he will avail himself of my hospitality one night, and then I will know.
Well, but it seems like a very solid no, a very intense no, passionately so.
Yes.
If these two have passionate disagreements with House Kenneth, I doubt there's much that anyone can do to sway them in the couple of days. The fate of your house, who will be backing you, will be determined in the next couple of days. There won't be much changing their minds, I don't think, in the next couple of days. If we know we're going to move fast, I think the only hope for House Kenneth being your founder would be through a vote if you get the other three on board. And then perhaps, if we do found them, then maybe their minds could be changed, that we are not too fancy for some of them, and
I was hoping they would bring I was hoping she would bring a grievance we could actually do something about.
Well, unfortunately, this is the way of the world. People have their feelings about things, and sometimes they hold those for any reason. It's unfortunate, but it is what we are working with, so let us not think of it as a problem to be fixed, as we do in House Kenneth, but more so a problem to be navigated around for the time being. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
I will keep you posted.
And she will, and again, she'll invite you back anytime and be happy to help in any way facilitate House Kenneth being a founder, and is going to, and you're welcome back at like any time of day. If she's like, anytime you need to talk about this, you come right here. We're here, Okay. And next session, we will complete our 3 days, and then the whole party will go before the court. But we will complete that next session. I will get back to you guys about our potential new reputation system and relationship system. I think those would be very cool for this game if we did those proper. But I'm gonna take a minute and think about it. But yeah, we'll call that our session for the day as we gear up to confront the Aldarian court and any present Dragon Marked representatives.
Are we good for next week? I'm good for next week. Is everyone good for next week?
I need to do a quick calendar check.
I think I should be.
It's like the 29th.
I'd be good.
Probably.
I'm
Ollie's
going
out
to
for
be
20
traveling next week.
All right, that's 2 down. Do we have anybody else who might not be available on the next Saturday?
I can be there. So that's a positive.
Good. Cool.
I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing if we had to skip a little bit, but I could do it.
It's the holidays. It's the holiday season, so it's not a big deal if it needs to be a skip day. But if people are around to play, then we'll play.
I would like to play if we can play.
Fair enough.
Y'all can play without me. It's not gonna hurt my feelings.
Cool. Okay. Holden, you're around. You said you were around.
Yeah, I'm actually around all through the holiday season, but I'm perfectly understanding if people would rather skip. I can go either way.
So we'll gear up to play. If anyone wants to be like, it's the holidays over the next week, I'd like if any of the four of you are like, it's the holidays, I want to do holiday stuff, that's perfectly fine. And we can just take the day off. That's okay. Normally I don't want to. I just take as an awesome excuse, but I think for the holiday season we'll let it fly. But yeah, so we'll gear up for Saturday. Cool guys, cool.
All right.
But if we don't see you guys, happy holidays. Merry Christmas is coming up. Merry Christmas, folks.
Merry Christmas.